What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. This is called gravity. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. This is called gravity.
Neil, I gotta say, you're totally blowing my mind right now.
That's what I do. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
What is up, everybody? Jean the Morgal here, checking in live from Honey Path, South Carolina. Today is December 29th, 2024. Rounding out the very tail end of this crazy-ass year. We're getting there, you guys. I've got with me live is Dave Sims. What's up, Dave? Say hello to everybody in chat land. You're muted.
Oops. I never thought I'd be one of those people. I see people do it all the time. I'm like, oh, how do they forget to hit the mute? It's like, dude, and of course I do it.
I did it the other day on a stream. I was like sitting there talking to fucking nothing for like 45 minutes. And finally I figured it out. And I actually did go back through and edit that. And it was like 45 minutes that I didn't even realize I was talking for nothing. So
yeah, it's annoying.
yeah.
But yeah, how's it going, everybody? Thanks for having me, John.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So we got a bunch of stuff to unpack and talk about. I think about 5 different videos that we're just gonna sort of roll and take a look at and react to. But I guess before we get into anything, I'll just sort of set the record straight on something that my good friend here, Dave, brought to my attention earlier today. And so I do owe somebody an apology, and that somebody is Witsit Getsit. Okay. And so the reason I owe Witsit Getsit an apology is because during Bob Noodle's memorial stream that was on Jeranism's channel from last year, I was on the stream for over an hour waiting patiently to talk, and there was this woman who was a doctor talking, and I thought she was done. And when I started responding to something that Cammy had said on the stream, somebody piped in and basically told me to shut the hell up because there was a medical doctor speaking, and that I basically just needed to, go where to stick it, basically. Now, this whole time, I thought that the person that said that was Witsit Getsit. Now, so from what Dave told me, it's kind of understandable that I was confused because there were multiple people talking at the same time. And the person that actually said that, I don't even know. Did you say his name was Stone Cold Steve Austin? What's the guy's name?
Yeah, Steve Austin was on the podcast that day.
What was his name?
Steve Falconer, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all this time, okay, granted, I have definitely been harboring some animosity against Witsit that was not his fault. So for that mistake, I am sorry. Does it change a lot of the way that I feel about dude? Not really. But, I do kind of have to rethink, my original thoughts about him, because this whole time I kind of thought that was him. So whoever that other dude was, any sort of angst that I may have had for Witsit unnecessarily, I'm just going to sort of shimmy that off onto him, I guess. So sorry, Witsit. That was my mistake, and I apologize. So. Okay, so with that, the first thing that I'm going to roll is, and I want you guys in the chat just to let me know, this is a very quick clip. It's like a newsreel clip. Just let me know in the chat once this is done if it rolled okay, if you could hear it okay, or if it was choppy or whatever, because I need y'all's feedback on this, okay? So just let me know. All right, let's get into this first one, and then we'll see what happens.
Of all the conspiracies that have sort of pervaded human consciousness, wouldn't we agree the most perfect, you know. I can't see edge of Earth. They're so beautiful. And in fact, between 2 and 10% of Americans believe it to be true.
Okay, and I will pause it right there. And so just me playing that and then pausing it, does it seem like there are any connectivity issues on y'all's end or Dave on your end? I don't know, but I just get the feeling that we may have some technical problems because of the way that I'm trying to do the stream. But anyways, to her point, you know, I kind of can't blame your average person for feeling that way, okay? We were all there once, all right? I remember the first time that someone mentioned the topic of flat Earth to me. I kind of looked at them sideways, like maybe their head was on backwards. And I asked him, like, what do you mean? Because the way that it was phrased to me, we were having a discussion about like 9/11 or different conspiracy theories. And dude was like, well, you're not like one of those flat earthers, are you? And I was like, huh? What is a flat earther? And so he explained to me that there were people who thought the earth was flat still in, you know, like 2014 or whenever that was. And I kind of laughed it off. I thought it was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard, and that I went on about my merry way. And at least we had a good chuckle of agreement that yes, while we disagreed on 9/11 being an inside job and things like chemtrails or whatever, at least we could have a good chuckle that at least I wasn't stupid enough to think the Earth was flat. Okay, so I get it. I mean, I know that the educational system and our entire upbringing and just so many things about our modern culture are designed to make us think that flat earth is stupid, and anybody who believes that sort of thing is stupid. But the problem is if you actually take the time to measure the earth for curvature, the curvature doesn't exist. Okay, and it's pretty interesting of a sort of social commentary, because people that believe the earth is a spinning globe, as a rule, they don't know exactly how curved they think it is. So they don't know what the rate of descent over a given distance would be due to curvature. They don't know how to measure for earth curvature. They don't know what to measure for in terms of what the earth curvature should be if it's a sphere with a radius of about 4,000 miles. And furthermore, even if they did know what to measure for, how to measure for it, and what it should be, globe earthers still don't have the gumption or wherewithal to go out and measure the earth for curvature because it's so far beneath them. Because everybody knows that the earth is a spinning ball, and so there's no point to go out and measure for that stuff. But lo and behold, if you actually do take the time to reconsider your lifelong belief, unshakable belief in the spinning ball earth, and skeptically revisit that topic as a rational adult, you will come to the startling conclusion. Would you mind shutting the door, please?
You want me to take the dog out?
No, I'm streaming. God damn, dude. I don't know what I'm talking about, so it doesn't matter. What you think, Dave?
You were asking about the technical side of it. It was choppy on my end, so I couldn't really it was coming in and out as far as what I was able to see. Did you look in the chat to see if they were able to see it properly?
I will check when this is done. So if I navigate away from this, it'll just cause more choppiness. So what I'll probably do is just let this whole thing roll, and then
Okay.
I'll try to get feedback from the chat, because I can't navigate away from this screen that I'm at.
Gotcha.
I know you're on your phone, so you can't just open up another tab and check the chat. So let's just roll it and we'll see what they say. But I think it should be good on their end. So
okay.
Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true.
Okay, wait. So
wasn't.
He respects Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, and this is the same Will Duffy who we're fixing to watch a couple of at least one stream of him promoting this whole shenanigan thing a month before the trip. So that'll be the next video. But to call him a stand-up guy because Will Duffy believed something and Jaron believed the other, and one kept saying one thing and the other kept saying the other, what? Honestly, this does not sound like the same Jeranism that I knew, a few years ago. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people who tell me that that I must have been blind or stupid or something, that I didn't see this all that long ago. But like, honestly, I don't know. This is like, this attitude that Will Duffy's a stand-up guy because of his beliefs is kind of new to me. Like, what do you think? Am I way out of line here, Dave?
You know, I mean, you can look at it a couple different ways. I mean, to me, you know, Jaron, because I went back and listened to some podcasts that Jaron did from like 8 years ago, and these were things that I was trying to tell him back then too. That there's a lot wrong with the Gleason's map and model. And there was a lot of people, like, I mean, even like Jake the Asshole and everybody. I mean, we were telling him a long time ago, like, there's way too many flaws with it. And he seemed to just stick with it at the time. So let's just say that he stuck with the belief for some reason that the Gleason's map was accurate this whole time, even though he's been told for years now, almost 10, well, 8 years that we've been telling him all the flaws with it. Let's just say for some reason he's still stuck with the Gleason's map. I could see him, now that Will Duffy paid for his trip and everything, to say, once he saw that there actually is a 24-hour sun, according to how Jaron always represented the Gleason's map and model, to maybe, if this was real, to come to the realization that, oh my gosh, I was wrong, and Will Duffy actually led me to it, even though, I mean, there was so many of us that tried to lead him all along that he just never listened to any of us, though. But so I don't know. It really depends on how you look at it, I guess, you know.
I think that there's a lot to be said about Antarctica. And I think one of the main things to be said about Antarctica is there's a lot of mystery about it. Like, not everybody's been there. Like, not everybody just gets to travel and free roam there. The Antarctic Treaty, the whole thing with Admiral Byrd, like, and, you know, there were a lot of claims about, you know, the setting sun in Antarctica made by your early flurfers. But I guess what my point is, for someone to say that they had a belief about the Antarctic sun based on the AE model, to me, it's just a bunch of word salad. Because for one thing, the AE projection is not a model, and so that's kind of weird to even say that. But to make public false dichotomy bets about what the sun is or isn't going to do in Antarctica when you've never been there, that's kind of weird. And also to make these public false dichotomy bets about what the ramifications of that observation could be. I mean, to me, this whole thing is a psyop, and we're going to get into some of the stuff leading up to it. But anyway.
He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. It seems like the moon does circle here as well. So you start thinking about that as well. It doesn't mean that AE map is over, flat Earth is over. Maybe somebody's got the answer. I don't have that answer.
Well, I think that presenting the AE projection as a model is over. I think making money hand over fist, not you personally per se, but by promoting this model that has been debunked by diligent flat earthers for a long time, at least in terms of it being a model. Like, I've been shouting from the rooftops for years and years that the azimuthal equidistant projection isn't a model, and that the sun and the celestial luminaries are probably not physical objects. So if we start, if we go around, attributing definite physical properties to the celestial luminaries and start, making claims about what the sun can and can't do over what kind of Earth, I mean, who are we really to say that? Like, I don't know. It just all seems very presumptuous to me.
Yeah. Again, oh, sorry. Did you play the video again or no?
No, go ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, again, but I think Jaron has been pretty clear in a lot of his streams, though, that what got him out of the heliocentric way of thinking was actually seeing the Gleason's map / model. And, he kind of made it clear that that's when he came to the realization, oh, things actually could work on a flat plane. So I think for him, that was always, well, let's just say everything's totally legit and Jaron's telling the truth and everything is on the up and up. If he firmly did believe that the whole time, I could see him You know, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, this would totally debunk that model, you know, if there was the 24-hour sun, in my opinion. And so if he's being legit, then I could see him actually saying that, yeah, this does debunk it for him as well.
Yeah, man, you brought up a good point that I was going to respond to, and then I was following along with what you said, and I totally forgot what I was going to say in response to something that you just said. But it was a good point about, shit, I'm about to knock my lamp over too. So like, yes, okay. So the point that I was going to make is that if you're trying to explain to a newcomer on this topic, and Jared and I have had this conversation too, I totally agree. If you're talking to a newcomer about flat Earth and you're trying to explain to them, so they're always going to come up with things like circumnavigation or day and night, right? The only reason that we have day and night is because the Earth is a globe, right? And so when you're trying to show people that circumnavigation is not exclusive to a sphere, or like day and night are not exclusive to a sphere, you can show them an AE projection and say, see, here's your shadow of a doubt on the exclusivity of those claims being only possible on a sphere, right? And so in that regard, yes, the AE projection, like good luck making a case for flat Earth without the AE projection, right? And so I'm with you there. But what my point of contention is going around saying that the AE projection is a model, and going around saying that if the sun does this, then it has to be a globe. Because to me, I know for a fact that Jaron knows better than that. So I couldn't understand in the months leading up to this thing, when I actually went to Jaron, like before he was doing debates with Nathan Oakley and stuff, I actually tried to approach Jaron and figure out like what the hell's going on. Like, and he just didn't want to. He didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. It was really kind of weird, because I've always sort of felt that Jaron at least held some of what I said in some sort of high regard, but it was almost like he had put up a wall, didn't want to hear none of it. I was trying to tell him something that was important to me about celestial navigation clicking with me, and there was a big kerfuffle between him and Nathan Oakley about this point of contention. And like, I was just trying to tell him, like, I think you're making a mistake here. And basically he was like, fuck those guys, fuck Nathan Oakley, you know, they like basically making fun of their subscriber count or something. And like, that was why. So that was his evidence that they were a waste of time, because their subscriber count. And I'm like, what a strange case to make from, you know, coming from, I don't know, man.
No, I hear you. Well, I think a lot of it was too, there, a lot of personal stuff has been said throughout the years. Yeah. So it becomes now all of a sudden, are you arguing against the actual, you know, the actual thing at hand, or are you just so pissed at those guys because they've personally attacked you for so long? Now you're saying F those guys, you know. It's, I mean, it could, you know, I mean, once somebody becomes emotionally, you know, attached to something or detached from something, it becomes tough to reattach or detach. At a point, I can't think.
No, that's it. No, that's a really that's a good point. I mean, you're absolutely right that when emotions get involved and when someone pisses you off, it's very easy to just sort of reject everything that they say. And I got to admit, like, I've been pretty pissed at these guys, but like, and we're gonna get into why, and we're gonna like definitely get into this, but I appreciate your point, and like, I love you, Dave. Like, you're a great guy, man. Like, special place in heaven for you, bro.
You as well, John. Thanks, man.
And what you saw right there was one of these flat earthers coming to a really, really tough realization that he is wrong.
Right, because see, that's the thing. All flat earthers have already been through that, and I think that the globe earthers ought to go through a little bit of that too, right?
Because that is Jason Campanella, or Jaron Campanella, who's been in multiple documentaries about the Earth being flat and runs a flat Earth YouTube channel, Jeranism. Oh boy. And he's finding out, flown to the Antarctic for one $35,000 flight by a round earther. In other words, someone who lives in reality, in order to see whether the sun would ever set, right? In the Antarctic, it does not set. It's 24 hours straight. It just goes around and around and around. So he was like, yeah, oops. I saw it. And I guess you could be wrong. And now I'm gonna pack it in. Of course he's not gonna pack it in. He's probably gonna figure out some way to grift off of this, but that was amazing. He's like, there's actual flat earthers who still believe. They're calling BS. They think that Jarin actually was in front of a green screen. Flat Earth Dave over on X says the final experiment green screen busted, which I don't even know what this is an image of, but cool. Then here's someone else who is using melty SpongeBob meme in a way that he thinks is good. You're trying to prove the world is round by displaying 24-hour sunlight, but leave on the chroma key that will cause live feed distortions and possibly ruin all the investment to go down there because your credibility is gone. That's like NASA re-landing on the moon and then having a chroma key malfunction on the live stream. And you're sitting here going, I don't see why that's a big deal. My God. It again, guys.
And the
it's
only
not
thing I'll
about
say right now, and I'll get right back to it, but well done, Jaron. Well done, Witsit, Getsit. You guys are just the best, most noblest flurfers ever.
Hey, John, listen, I don't mean to cut you off.
Been wrong.
Dude, this whole
it
thing
does not matter whether
it keeps cutting in and out, dude. I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna try to get on a computer instead so I can see it better. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll come back soon. Okay.
they are wrong. They will always find a way to continue to believe the lies. And bless this rounder. I'm calling him a rounder, the round earther, who spent $35,000 for. Let's play it again when he realizes that he was wrong.
Sometimes you are a stand-up guy.
He respects Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy. He kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. What? Like, honestly, what does this have to do with anything, though? Honestly, like I know what this story is. Like, okay, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the Earth is a globe because 24-hour sun in Antarctica only works on a globe. But the thing is, you know, if you measure the surface of standing water for like hundreds of miles, it's a plane, okay? It doesn't have curvature. And so whatever the shape of the Earth is, the true level will be the surface of standing water. Water always finds its level. So if the Earth is a sphere, the surface of standing water will be convex at a very specific degree of convexity, okay? If the Earth is a plane, then the surface of water will be level and flat. Okay, very simple litmus test that all you really got to do is go and measure the Earth for curvature. Okay, the word geometry etymologically means measure the Earth. Okay, so if you go and practice some basic geometry, the Earth is a plane. And by the way, it is demonstrably at rest. Okay, quite the contrary to any sort of spinning sphere. So to call a globetard shill a stand-up guy because he made positive claims about Antarctica and you made positive claims about Antarctica and he's a stand-up guy because you were wrong. Yeah. Brilliant.
And it's you in the south. It seems like the moon does circle here as well. So start thinking about that
honestly,
as well.
I know that this is probably going to sound nitpicky, you guys, but just my eyes looking at this shot right here, and I'm just calling it how I see it. The sky in the background looks a little off to me. I don't know. It's just, and again, you don't have any sort of frame of reference. And I'm not talking about while it was freeze frame. I'm talking about while he's moving around. It's almost like the sky is like way closer than it should be. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe it doesn't mean AE map is over. It doesn't mean flat Earth is over. So now we're conflating the AE map with flat Earth, right? Because if the AE map is over, then flat Earth's over, right, guys? Right. Because that's all the evidence we had was some claims about the Antarctic sun and the AE model. That's it. That's all we had, right? That's all we've been talking about for 10 fucking years is some bullshit about the sun and Antarctica. And yeah. And that other thing.
Sir.
What do you mean it doesn't mean flat Earth is over? It's over, dog. It's over. Pack
So wait,
it
it
up.
was proven wrong because you said it's proven wrong, and it's proven wrong because Jaron agreed to a false dichotomy that was a public spectacle for the media. Okay.
Sir, Galileo had this. What are you doing here? Like, what are you so bored? Are you so bored? Do you have so much extra time on your hands that you're continuing to do this? And of course, again, once you've monetized on YouTube, well, you can never walk it back. So at some point, he's going to probably turn on Duffy, who was the man who helped him get to Antarctica in the first place, and he's going to be like, "Nah, Duffy sold me a pack of lies."
Record, just to correct this woman on what she's saying, it's just so stupid. Doesn't prove anything. Let's just hear this last bit again.
Are you so bored? Do you have so much extra time on your hands that you're continuing to do this? And of course, again, once you've monetized on YouTube, well, you never walk
Anybody
it back.
that has the bright idea to monetize, make money on YouTube by coming out as a flat earther is a stupid business person. I'm just saying. Like, really, if you want to make money on YouTube and have anything to do with this conversation, be a globe troll, dude. Be a globe troll, or be a flurf that just makes absolutely nonsensical claims and promotes maps that are debunked and promotes maps that so there's this one guy, I forget his name, but he promotes these maps of all the extra land, right? And I'm like a big proponent for the whole Iron Republic extra land concept, but to go promoting a map that was created as like fan fiction, and the guy that created the map admits that it was just some shit that he made up, and then you've got these flurfers getting millions and millions and millions of views, making positive claims about the sun circling the Antarctica, only working on a globe, and positive claims about all this other bullshit that doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. Those are the ones that are making money. It's the globe Earth trolls, and it's the flat Earth flurfers who have their head up their ass. That's the ones making money. But actual flurfs, I mean, maybe there's a couple of them, but not really. I mean, they got purged, dude. The actual flat earthers got purged from YouTube back in fucking 2017 or whatever. The majority of them. I don't know how I survived that purge, honestly, because they were trying to get me. They retroactively hit me with community guideline strikes. I had 2 videos about the Boston flaunting, right, where the thing, Boston Marathon thing. Well, they, like, years after I posted those videos, and they were like 6 months apart, they hit me with retroactive community guideline strikes, 2 strikes. If I would have had one more strike during that month period or whatever, my channel would have been taken down. I like, really, it's kind of a miracle that they didn't get me with the purge. I don't know. I don't know what that's about, but here we are anyway.
So at some point, he's going to probably turn on Duffy, who was the man who helped.
I don't think you can turn on your superiors. I'm just saying.
Be like, nah, Duffy sold me a pack of lies. I was actually drugged the whole time. I don't even know what, who. Like, he will find a way.
And, it's so funny. To Jaren's credit, I've known the dude for a long time. He's not a fool. He's not an idiot. One of the smartest people I've ever met. And there was a long time when I really respected his integrity as well. Okay. But the way that she is like making all of these claims about Jaren based on a 2-second clip of him, I mean, that is what the media does. Okay. We know that's what they do. And so anyone who dives headfirst into these sort of public false dichotomies that are definitely media spectacles, it's like fool me once, right? Shame on you. Okay. Fool me twice is like shame on me, George Bush. You're not gonna fool me again. You know what I mean? And so it's like once you've fallen for the same thing fucking multiple times, dude, I don't know, man.
Cannot believe these people still exist, but it's very funny.
Still exists. And see, there's another one. I love how they say still exists. Like basically the way that they see it, the way that your normies see us is like, okay, these people never went to school. They probably dropped out in like middle school because they got pregnant or whatever. And so they've been working meaningless menial jobs. They really don't know anything about science, or they don't know anything about physics. They're just stupid. And like this whole time they thought the earth was flat, and now they've made it through life, you know, decades thinking the earth's flat. Like, what idiots. Like, that's what most people think. See, they don't realize that we were raised and reared on planet earth just like you. And when we were introduced to this topic, we thought it was the stupidest fucking thing we'd ever heard as well. But unlike some, we actually take the time to look into things before we go claiming that they are wrong. Okay. That is the definition of ignorance. And so, no offense to this woman in the lovely lime green shirt, but ignorant.
It's very funny. So please send this video to any flat earther that you know. I would love for you to be real. It'd be very fun to see the edge of the earth, you know? Do you see all the layers of magma? You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
don't you just
you
love the
see the shit?
globe-tard logic? Like, if the earth was flat, we would see all the layers of magma. Duh. Like, wow. Like, dude, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me go refill my coffee, y'all. I'll be right back. And we got a bunch more to do. But what do y'all think? Besides, like, dibs on that. But other than that, the woman is a fucking idiot. I'll be right back. Let me get some coffee. Okay, now I do need to get some feedback from you guys. So were y'all able to so as I was responding to that, like when I paused it and commented in, was it like watchable? Or like every time I would pause the video, was there like choppiness and my voice roboting out or something? Y'all got to tell me. So let me check in on the chat real fast. Oh, and I forget. So like I'm looking at chat from a long time ago, I think. Okay, so Nick Havoc says he was FE since 2015, and now he's going back to the globe, accepting the truth, not coping. Yeah, that's definitely Barbnick, the troll, one of the resident trolls on this channel. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying definitely, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be Barbnick. But could y'all, if y'all could let me know in the chat when I was responding to that video with the sexy lime green, was it watchable or was it choppy or what? And I'm gonna have to let me open another tab and go to the chat on YouTube so I can see what y'all are saying. Hang on. I guess I better stop sharing, huh? Sorry, y'all. I am almost there. I'm gonna. This computer is a little bit slow sometimes. Sorry. Oy, oy, oy. It takes me a minute to do anything, y'all. I'm sorry. It's very slow. While I'm streaming, anyway. Hey, papaya. Here we go. I'm getting there. Getting over to the stream. And I just really, so again, the question is, are y'all able to see and hear the videos that I'm sharing when I do it that way? I gotta wait on an ad to play. Sorry. Okay, so at first it was really bad and then it got better. Okay, and I think it may be better now. No offense, but I think that now that Dave's not on here, I think it may be better because like whenever there's multiple users on this stream, it's just one more thing that it has to do, I guess. I don't know. Don't even eat pizza anymore because it reminds you it's all just a huge lie. That's kind of funny. Brad Forrester says Jaren has switched sides and is now a ball hard, which it has gone completely dark and has not made any videos. Well, that's a damn crying ass shame, isn't it? Okay. All fine to watch and listen. Okay, great. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, guys. Okay, back to it then. This next one is going to be from about a month ago. This is Will Duffy promoting the non-final, non-experiment from about a month ago. So let's get to that. Okay, here we go. I promise. It's coming. It's coming. I promise. Okay.
Maybe 10 or 20 people born in Antarctica in human history. And there's been one murder, and it's an unsolved murder.
He's actually no longer a flat earther.
Oh, interesting.
And they asked me if I would do their wedding in Antarctica.
Oh, really?
I did have a helper, which was you.
How is this being financed?
I will say one other thing, which I don't think I've ever said in an interview.
Is there a strong relationship between flat earthers and religion?
Flat Earth was a scam. So I was being pranked by a flat earther.
Have you gotten any real threats against you or your family having done this? Hello. Welcome to the first Data Time podcast or round.
The last experiment to prove whether the Earth is flat or round. real quick, I think that certain people, I'm not going to say any names, but they need to revisit the actual definitions of things like proof and things like experiment, okay? Because yes, you can use the word experiment sort of loosely and conversationally, and you're not going to be held to any sort of high standards, right? But when you are stealing the valor of science and using the word experiment to promote pseudoscience, then that is misleading. And, you know, to call something proof that is at best circumstantial evidence is, you know, typical coming from the globe Earth side of this thing, isn't it?
Is going to be traveling to Antarctica with flat earthers and globe earthers in order to settle a long debate about whether Antarctica has a 24-hour sun.
On a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. But there is no midnight sun in
right,
Antarctica.
because Flat
We
Earth
also
Dave had
discussed some
already been
larger
to
issues.
Antarctica, hasn't he?
About how flat earther and globe earther interactions can be quite toxic. Was he the one that said he doesn't want to deal with you because you deal with demons and liars? And we talk about how I've been helping Will with his videos by using my software to download the words of flat earthers' YouTube channels. I even downloaded all of the transcripts from Will's channel and showed him the AI sentiment analysis of his own words. And those are the most negative videos.
Wow.
I don't usually like long free-form interviews, so I've edited this down and provided chapters for each of the segments that you can jump to below. For those of you who have never heard my normal, unscripted speaking voice, you are gonna find it severely underwhelming. At this part of the video, I would normally say, but enough talk. However, this is an interview. It's all talk. So instead, I'll just say, please welcome Will Duffy. First off, just want to say thanks, Will, for joining me here on the channel.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You've been a big help, so glad to finally connect in this way.
Definitely. So a lot of my viewers do not necessarily know what the final experiment is. Can you kind of give a little bit of background on yourself and how you kind of got into this flat earther, globe earther arena?
For sure, yeah. So I currently pastor a small church just outside of Denver, Colorado. And a little over 3 years ago, a friend of mine, she posted on Facebook about flat Earth.
Sorry. Every time he introduces himself, he makes a point to say that he currently pastors a small church in Colorado. What, like, why does somebody feel the need to introduce themselves with those words every single time? And I know it sounds like I'm nitpicking probably, but I don't know. It just seems odd to me because I've known a lot of pastors of small churches. And usually, generally speaking, they don't have like millions of dollars to blow on things like pseudoscience. Just saying.
Thought was that it was a joke, but she had a bunch of likes and hearts on her post, which was weird. It wasn't April Fool's Day. So I read the comments. They were supportive of her. And so I was like, what is going on? I got to get to the bottom of this. So I reached out to her and connected with her and found out that she was a genuine flat earther. That's when I found out that flat earth was a thing. A real thing that had people all over the world who believe in it. They make videos, they write articles, even books, and I was just shocked. So I thought that the easiest.
So notice that his knee-jerk reaction is not to go and measure the Earth for curvature, right? No, it's to try to change her mind because he knows better. I mean, everybody knows the Earth is a ball, right? But so here's the thing, man, and I've used this analogy before, so line me up and fucking shoot me, okay? But let's just say you and I, we're going to have a debate, okay? And the debate is going to be about how many teeth a horse has in its mouth, okay? And I'm from the position that the horse has X number of teeth, and I make my case for that in the debate. And then you make the case for the horse having Y number of teeth, whatever the number is, right? Doesn't matter, but we disagree. And so we're debating X and Y teeth for the horse. Now, if I go out and count the horse's teeth and tell you, no, look, it's X because I counted them, and you try to change my mind because your science teacher in kindergarten told you that it was Y, do you see the problem here? Okay.
Discussions / debates that I could ever have, but she had answers for the arguments that I was using. She also knew my position, the globe side, better than I knew it. She obviously knew her position, the flat earth side, better than I knew it.
That's an interesting point too, isn't it? So he even admits that the flat earther knew his side of the argument better than he did. That should be telling. obviously they're going to know more about the flat earth side of the position because that's new to everybody. So basically he's admitting that he was approaching this debate or this discussion with his parishioner or whatever from a definite position of ignorance, okay? And instead of going and counting the fucking horse's teeth, dude wants to change her mind, okay? And it just reminds me, years ago, a subscriber to my channel emailed me. We emailed back and forth a few times. Her priest, her pastor had committed her to a mental institution because she was trying to, share the flat earth truth with him. So she takes it to her priest and he had her committed, okay? So like this, when priests start doing shit like that and start, trying to convince us things that they have no clue what they're talking about, it's just a little bit sus, dude, is all I'm saying.
Probably happens to a lot of people, I'm guessing, when they first are turned on to flat earth. And so that is an interesting moment in your life where you have to make a decision if you're going to just ignore them, call them crazy or weird or whatever you want to do, and move on with your life.
Do you notice how none of those options was measure the earth for curvature? So like it never, the thought never even crossed his mind that maybe this woman wasn't crazy. Thought never even crossed his mind, right? Or at least that's the narrative that we're being told. I kind of think differently. Like I really don't buy a lot of this narrative that they're spitting, dude. I really don't. But let's just continue.
Or if you're going to stick with it, and I decided to stick with it.
Awesome. Can you give a little bit of understanding of how you got to the final experiment and what exactly the final experiment is?
Yeah, so in these discussions, I started interacting with flat earthers online, on Facebook, on YouTube. It kind of became, an educational thing for me. I was learning a lot about both.
Became an educational thing for him. He said he's learned a lot about models, learned a lot about what they believed, the flurfers. But notice in here, he doesn't say, maybe he's about to say it, but he doesn't say anything about revisiting his beliefs in the spinning ball earth. And, again, for anybody watching this that's new to the topic, that is key. Like, quit trying to debunk flat earth just for a minute, okay? Just humor me on this. You really ought to revisit your long-standing, unshakable belief in the spinning ball earth, okay? Because we were all convinced of that nonsense under duress while we were little kids, okay? And if you just take the position that these motherfuckers are crazy and we've got to figure out a way to either change their mind or just maybe ignore them altogether, no, dude, that you're going about this whole thing wrong. This character that you're portraying on TV is anyway.
Models, both positions. I became convinced even stronger that we live on a globe through all of this, but the things that were convincing to me were not convincing to flat earthers. For example,
I'd love to hear this because honestly, I have never heard a single decent argument for the globe. So maybe dude's gonna change my mind, okay? Maybe.
I was very fascinated and still am with a geostationary weather satellite that the Japanese have called the Himawari. And it takes a picture of the entire Earth every 10 minutes. And so that was fascinating to me. I looked into the Apollo programs because that was before I was born. And I learned a lot about them and thought that they were incredibly fascinating.
So wait a minute. So the thing that convinced him even more that he lives on a globe is CGI from the Japanese liars in space? CGI? Okay, but like in terms of physical evidence for hypersonic axial rotation, faster than the speed of sound in most places in the United States, over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, orbital velocities exceeding 66,000 miles an hour, just for starters, and so where is your evidence for spinning ball Earth is what I'm saying, because CGI pictures from JAXA or whatever, fucking what?
And then the ISS, the International Space Station, just loved the fact that people were up there. I went outside and I got to follow the ISS trackers and saw the ISS outside of my house when it was.
So you saw the ISS tracker and you saw the ISS in the sky. Okay. So here's the thing. NASA claims that the ISS is 250 miles up. Okay. The ISS is supposedly about the size of a football field. Okay. Angular size of a football field, give or take. Okay. Now, if you actually think that you're going to see a football field sized object from 250 miles away with the naked eye at night, when, by the way, the ISS is not supposedly self-illuminating, you've got to catch reflected sunlight off of it to even see it. What you saw in the sky was a deception. Okay. Sure, maybe there's something up there that they call the ISS, but it's not 250 miles away orbiting up there, you know, the size of a football field with little lyre knots in it. That's impossible. Just simply because of the fact that you cannot see a football field sized object 250 miles removed from your eyeball. The angular size would be way too damn small for your eye to render. The human eye has limitations to the angular size of objects that it can see. And frankly, if you remove a football field size object some 250 miles away, you're never going to see it. So whatever you saw in the sky was good proof that NASA is a liar. Right, but see, but the only thing that is convincing to flat earthers is measurement of the Earth. See, that's the thing that most people seem to be missing. Okay, we're not talking about theories. We're not talking about, you know, concepts that jive with our worldview. We're talking about direct measurement. We're talking about objective reality. We're talking about actual science, things that you can tangibly measure and demonstrate and repeat. Anybody in the world can repeat science, especially, you know, measurements or demonstrations. You know, science isn't always just following the scientific method. No, science can be the fucking feast of nonsense if you want it to be, as long as you just, make sure you use the word experiment and make sure that you, if you have a lot of money, it's real easy to make these other people who don't have a lot of money seem foolish, doesn't it? Because look how much these motherfucking flat earthers suck at life. He's just a small pastor, just a pastor of a small church, and he's got millions of dollars. I mean, the globetards are winning the capitalist game, ain't they?
Myself, is there anything that would convince flat earthers that they're wrong? And is there anything that would convince us globers that we're wrong?
There is nothing that would convince anti-flat earthers that they're wrong, right? Because the direct evidence is there. There is no debate. The earth is flat and it is at rest. Okay, so no, there is no way that any globe earther is going to admit that they're wrong, because the instant that they do that, they are now a science-denying, retarded-ass flat earther. Okay, so globe earthers never admit they're wrong. Okay, because just by the fact of admitting they're wrong, they are no longer globe earthers. Do you see? Okay.
And one day I heard Flat Earth Dave say that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
But it doesn't matter what you think or what people agree with. What matters is count the fucking horse's teeth. Okay. Now, again, I'm not saying that the footage that they brought, that they streamed from Antarctica is real, and we're going to get to that here pretty soon, but let's just keep going.
And he said that a 24-hour sun would prove the globe. And then I was like, that's interesting. So then on the globe side, they were saying the same thing. They were saying that we have a 24-hour sun and that proves the globe. And then I started hearing other flat earthers say it. And I was like, okay,
get this, guys. Flat Earth Dave said some shit. Therefore, the earth is a globe. Got it. Got it.
This would be a good experiment, a good final experiment to plan to less than 2 months. On December 14th, we will be in Antarctica, and we will be broadcasting and recording and testifying to what the sun does in Antarctica.
So for folks who may not be quite as familiar, how the globe.
So I finally have a globe. It's tilted. That's why when you buy a globe, it's not straight up and down. That's called an axial tilt, and it's about 23. You have the globes over here. And so if you visualize this as the Earth is spinning, Antarctica down there is constantly in the light. That creates what's called a 24-hour sun, which is a sun that never sets. It stays up for 24 hours. So if
just throwing this out there, okay? But you know, they say the whole thing with the globe Earth, they say that the seasons are caused by like the angle of the sun, right? And a lot of people think it's because like the closer you are to the sun, that's summer, and the further you are from the sun, that's winter. That's wrong, according to the globe Earth theory. It has to do with the angle, right? And so on globe Earth theory, like kind of if you think about it, when Antarctica is getting that 24-hour sun, shouldn't that be like really temperate, right? Because it's getting all that sun for like that whole half of the year. I don't know, it is kind of weird. But you know, okay, so we have a globe model, and observations of these celestial luminaries sometimes kind of work on the globe model. But the thing is what about when celestial observations don't work on the globe model and it falls apart? Okay, just because your model sometimes explains certain things well doesn't mean that it's necessarily true, especially when that same model falls apart on other observations. Okay, that's why, like, I think it's kind of stupid to jump on board with any model and reify models with mathemagic to make them seem plausible. There is no sort of extrapolation or conspiracizing that is going to do any better of a job discerning the truth on this matter than measuring the goddamn Earth for curvature, for fuck's sake. Excuse my language, but damn, I'm getting mad at this fucker. Sorry.
If the globe model is accurate, if you go to Antarctica, if you have to be far enough south, we'll be right at 80 degrees south. The sun would actually do circles above your head in the sky, and that's all it will do. It will never set below the horizon. Now, if we grab the flat Earth model, this is what's known as a Gleason's map or an AE map. This is the only working flat Earth model. Sun, the stars, flights, all kinds of things.
Okay.
Now, again, so people on the globe.
The Gleason's map or the AE projection is not a model. It is a Mercator projection that is wrapped around an azimuthal equidistant matrix. Okay. An azimuthal equidistant matrix, you can have any point being the center. So on the Gleason's map, the Antarctic is the Arctic is in the center. But you can randomly pick any point, whether it's Egypt or, you know, the Antarctic. You can make any point the center, and that will skew the the outside edge to infinity around the periphery. So to call that a model and to start trying to prove things one way or another is really disingenuous. Okay, so the AE projection starts with the assumption of a globe, turns that globe into a Mercator projection, which is a cylindrical conformal map. And then they take that cylindrical conformal map and they map it out on an azimuthal equidistant matrix. And what that means is, like, so the AE matrix is only intended to measure distance from the center out. Okay, and it's really for timekeeping. Okay, at sea, it's not actually for measuring distance. Okay, but the only instance where those distances are even supposed to be accurate is from that center point out. Okay, that's why it's azimuthal equidistant. That's where the name comes from. Okay, but if you start trying to, measure distances on the east to west curves along the outside of that map, that's not what that map is used for. Okay, you're doing it wrong. That's not like it. Okay, it would be tantamount to looking at a Mercator projection, right? And the Mercator projection has the 25,000 mile line across the center. That's the equator. Okay. Well, also, it has a 25,000 mile long line at the bottom or at the top that is literally, we'll say the top, a single point stretched to infinity across the top. Okay. So to start measuring distances and making claims about the flat Earth model based on the azimuthal equidistant projection, doing these measurements along the east to west curves, is tantamount to taking measurements of that 25,000 mile line across the the top of a Mercator projection and debunking the globe Earth model based on the Mercator model. It's the same exact thing. And like, maybe I'm not doing this justice, but you really, like, to people like Will Duffy, you really ought to look a little bit deeper into what exactly is the AE projection. And if it's not a model, then what are we even talking about? Because it isn't a model. It's not.
Problems with the flat Earth map, which is fine. Flat Earthers will say there's problems with the globe. But as a general rule of thumb, most things seem to
Flat Earthers will say there's problems with the globe. You think?
Work on the globe model and the flat Earth model. So on this model, the sun goes in a circle around this flat Earth. The north would be the center. That's kind of the North Pole. Now there's actually a 24-hour sun in the north as well, which happens in the northern summer. Most people in the world live in the northern hemisphere. So most people, when you think summer, you think July, August timeframe, September. On both the flat Earth model and the globe, the sun visually above your head does circles in the sky. But on the flat Earth model, when we get to the south, that's when we have a huge difference. Instead of being an island continent like it is on the globe model, it's actually this gigantic ice wall that goes around all of the other continents on the Earth. And so you can't have a 24-hour sun. If you just put a random person in Antarctica, say right there, the sun would have to rise.
Okay. So pausing on that there for a minute. Now, hypothetically, there's a lot of motive for these people to fake something like this, right? The final experiment, okay? And, because this dude is the pastor of a small Christian church, there's a lot of Christians that are just going to give him a free pass for everything and trust him implicitly forever because he's a Christian pastor. And Christian pastors are incapable of lying and being deceptive, right? I mean, I don't know. I think probably they probably could, but there's a lot of money involved in perpetuating the globe Earth lie. Okay. And I just think it's very possible that this could have been faked. And, there was somebody that brought up in chat a few weeks ago, like before they even did any streams from Antarctica, that made the claim, and I am planning on looking into this, that made the claim that certain people, or like the people that were on that final experiment trip, were basically radio silent for a few days in June during the northern summer solstice. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it is entirely possible that this thing was filmed a long time ago and then streamed. There could be a combination of ways that this was faked. Okay. And we're going to get into some of those hypothetically, but this azimuthal equidistant Gleason model thing is we've lost like people like Tiger Dan years ago, and so many flippers have jumped ship because of this perceived problem with the AE projection. And I'm not saying that they faked the footage from Antarctica. I think it's probably real footage, but I'm not ruling out the possibility that it could all be a huge just fucking psyop deception. And the fact that Jeranism is involved in it, there was a time when I would have trusted implicitly Jared on a trip like this, where like as long as he went, I would have been as good as assured that there was no sort of shenanigans going on there. But unfortunately, my views on that have changed since. Okay, and whatever that's worth, my opinions don't amount to much, but any sort of credibility that the final experiment may have had because people that I sort of associated with were on it, it doesn't really mean a lot to me. It really doesn't. Especially when you consider the possibility that there are things like, Freemasons and Jesuits and secret societies and chains of command. And it is a shame when people that are very smart and intelligent, lovely people lose their free will because hypothetically they sold their soul.
Pass by them and then set, because the sun's got to get all the way to the other side of the earth because everybody sees the sun every day. So we are going to be south of South America. So we're going to be in Antarctica right here. And so if the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and then goes past us and ends up over Australia, we should not be able to see the sun in Antarctica if the flat earth model is
Okay,
accurate.
did you notice that how he
And
said,
so-
if the flat earth model is accurate, and he's pointing at the Gleason's map. Again, the Gleason's map is not a flat earth model. And like, honestly, there really isn't a cogent, coherent flat earth model, at least in terms of what's going on in the heavens, okay? Sure, we have our hunches, and sure, we can make cases for different ideas, but the fact of the matter is, like, were you guys in every point of the periphery at the same time? Like, did you have one guy south of South America and another guy south of Australia and another guy south of fucking, you know, the southern tip of China or something? China? I don't know, whatever. No, you were at one spot. And so, like, you know, I can see the sun doing something like this. Like, if it's like, I'm not going to try to model this out by doing this, but like, whatever the sun and moon are doing, the celestial luminaries are doing is sort of irrelevant. Like, if you measure the earth for curvature and the curvature doesn't exist, then it can't be a ball. And so you guys, you globetards saying that, you know, the sun and the moon are doing this, therefore it can't be flat. Okay. But the thing is like, we counted the horse's teeth, dude. It is flat. And so obviously there's something that we're missing with the heavens, you know. And by the way, the heavens are beyond the potential of being scrutinized physically. Like, you can't pick up the sun and look at it from behind, right? We're only going by what we can see. And frankly, at this point, I would be very surprised to learn that the celestial luminaries are even physical objects, right? So to start ascribing what these celestial luminaries can and cannot do based on models proves nothing.
It's a very definitive experiment that we're going to be doing. Both sides agreed it was definitive prior to
it's
me.
It's not an experiment, and both sides didn't agree to anything. We've been kicking and screaming about this for a long time. You know, not me personally, but flat earthers have been raising hell about this for a long time. I personally got on the record and voiced my discontent and withdrew my consent for anything that you're claiming. So no, both sides didn't agree to nothing. Both sides agreed to nothing. Okay, this is a false dichotomy. It's a deception, and I can't stand people like that, dude.
Announcing the final experiment, the flat Earth side is now pushing back, which I think means they just realize that there probably is a 24-hour sun, and they're trying to figure out what to do about that.
Maybe he thinks that.
The other,
but like, seriously, that is such a poor representation of what actually has been going on. I mean, maybe he thinks that, I don't know, but it's definitely the narrative that he wants to put out there. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but the globe earthers always get to control the narrative. It's like they are just the, you know, the sweethearts of the media, aren't they?
Way I've heard people describe it is, if I'm on the flat earth and I'm in Antarctica and I'm facing north, then the sun should never go behind me.
Right.
South of me. But on the globe side.
Yeah, that's a good circuit never gets directly above.
Because I think.
Yeah, see, again, so he's making definite claims about what the sun can and cannot do based on his misinterpretation of a projection. Okay, he's calling it a model. He's thinking it's a model, but that isn't what it is. Okay, so that's just absolute disingenuous. And, you know, maybe dude's heart's in the right place, but I just find it hard to believe.
I think one thing that my globe earther friends would ask is, well, then if the sun on the flat earth is just going like above you, it's never setting, how come when I go out and look west, I see the sunset? Or when I go east, I see the sunrise? And my understanding from what I've heard from flat earthers is it has to do with perspective. The sun never sets, it just appears to set because it's far maybe there's some refraction as well.
All the same out on the road, you can't see them. They merge into the horizon, right? And the sun does the same thing. It just goes down and merges in.
But, you know, and again, no reason to pause it here, but so what they're saying is basically we have no way of knowing what's going on the ground unless we look at the sky. You have to look at the sky to know what's going on down here on the ground, right? I mean, that's so stupid to me. I mean, yes, there are certain things that we can glean by observing the heavens, and certain positive claims that are made by the globe model can be debunked by the heavens. But the thing is the globe model is not just reified by mathematics and hypothetically reified, right? The globe model has been, you know, deified by the likes of NASA. Like, you know, the Americana, what would Americana be without, you know, the Nazis of NASA, right?
Into the horizon.
The difficulty they have is when it comes to the height of the sun. So if you put the sun high enough, everybody would be able to see it, as you're saying. So you actually have to bring the sun down to get something to where it's far enough away that you wouldn't see it anymore.
Okay, I know I'm pausing it a lot, you guys, but I did a video a few years ago, and I'm doing a lot of reposts of classic stuff that most people didn't see. But I did a few years ago. I did a video highlighting some stuff that Dr. Zach was doing, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. And long and short, what he did was he basically conducted Eratosthenes' experiment on a scaled down like table with a light source on top and like little nails in the table representing the shadow angles. And basically what he did is he proved that planar table was a sphere using shadow angles like, you know, Eratosthenes did, right? So just using the shadow angles on the table, he mathematically proved that table was spherical, okay? And the radius of that sphere was directly related to the convexity of the light, right? So there was a convex lens that the light was passing through to cause. You'd have to see the video, but the thing is, though, is it's a brilliant point because, like, if you were on that table, right, and you didn't know that it was a table, but you were microscopic, if you were to do Eratosthenes' experiment on that table, you could mathematically prove that table's a sphere, right? The thing is, though, mathematically reifying a globe into existence is a far cry from faking space and faking the moon landings, which NASA definitely did, okay? So, again, it does go a step beyond simple reification, but the point being is when we do globe Earth debunks using celestial observations, it is a completely different thing than globetards doing flat Earth debunks because of celestial observations, if that makes any sense. Because flat earthers have never reified anything. Flat earthers have never deified their model. And frankly, there is no model. I mean, there really isn't, okay? And whoever said that the burden of proof was on us to come up with a model, okay? We're in the dark here. We've been cordoned off to our little section of the plane, been fed misinformation our whole lives. Our money is wasted on just foolish folly endeavors like NASA. And yet we're supposed to come up with a model, and all we can do is get one trip to one spot in Antarctica one time, and that's the final experiment. What a travesty, dude. The fact that Jaren's on board with this breaks my fucking heart, dude. It really does.
Like a car or something. But if you come too low, then you're going to have issues with the amount of the Earth that's lit up at one time. So I do think it is a bit problematic.
I think that said,
yes, perspective is part of it. The other part is at least atmosplanic refraction. And then there's other, you know, perturbances of light between the celestial luminaries and our eye. Everything from magnetic fields to more exotic things like ionized plasma. And so the light from the sun and the stars is not a ruler. Okay? It is not some physical measuring stick that we can use to make positive claims. Okay? But like when the globe Earth theory purports things like, you know, Polaris is aligned to the axis of rotation and it is quadrillions of miles away, and yet the axis of rotation of the ball has been aligned to Polaris forever. Okay, well, you know, that's not that big of a problem for the globe, other than the fact that we're supposedly in all kinds of motion along all kinds of axes, you know, conflicting axes, right? It's absurd. And the fact that we've had Polaris aligned to the axis of rotation for all of recorded history debunks the standard globe Earth model, okay? So again, you can definitely debunk the globe based on celestial observations because the globe has been reified and deified in the claims by NASA, okay? So why is NASA lying? You know, if the Earth's a globe, why are they lying about all this shit?
First of all, some of them said you can't go to Antarctica. And even if you could go to Antarctica, you would not see a 24-hour sun. Meanwhile, the globe earthers said, oh, for sure you see a 24-hour sun. In fact, we have
okay,
video
so we've
recording.
seen enough of this. We're going to get right into the first stream from Antarctica, and we're going to go right into Jeranism stream. So let's just do that now. I think we've seen quite enough of Will Duffy.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this,
Start eating more of these. You might think this would take years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
Visceral fat can cause
Fadio McDonald, $5. Just look. I'm feeling
Don't tell anyone that we FaceTimed yet, because like I said, I'm gonna call them in a minute.
What's up, all? I heard I'm being called an agent for not treacherous.
Hear that, y'all? He's being called an agent for not going live, right? That's the main and only reason that people are calling Jaren an agent.
I believe we've only been here since yesterday. Who's on the ground over there? Somebody's kind of psychopathic. What's up, everybody?
This shit does look super real, right? It does look super real, but that is kind of exactly what you'd expect from the sort of LCD dome things that they've been shooting the big budget productions in, right?
So yeah, it's definitely weird. Definitely
weird.
If you guys have questions,
yeah. Because like when I just traveled to Antarctica and I'm making my first stream in however long, that's all I would have to say is definitely weird. I mean, I'm not armchair quarterbacking, but I don't know. It just seems weird. Like you might say something about, God, this was a long trip, beautiful, cold. It's not as cold as I thought. Nothing. It was just kind of weird. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird the shit that he just said to me.
you can ask me, or I don't know what it means. We're a little bit delirious. We haven't slept. We maybe get an hour in here and there. My time lapse is done. You can see here that this is the solar tracking mount, and it has stayed perfect with the sun for the last 24. So, yep, the sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain, goes right above it, comes over here, gets back up high in the north, and then sets. A lot of people were saying something about this isn't near Union Glacier. Union Glacier is just on the other side of that hill there. That's the same mountain that we saw yesterday that we were up close to. So we have to take a ride in that. Well, we came in this girl's truck today. It's a badass truck, but we usually drive in this monstrosity of a thing. This skidoo. There you go. Why are flat earth people so tired and the globers are full of energy? Yeah, that I can't tell you. Dave Mckeegan is a beast. The guy hasn't slept yet. And I don't think that's helping anybody, right? So if you try and take an hour nap, you actually end up more tired than you were if you wouldn't have taken that nap.
I disagree. Power naps are the shit, in my opinion.
So that might be the reason. Turn.
Okay, so another thing, you guys notice the crunching of the snow in the background, right? You hear that? That's really important, and I really don't know if this comes up on this stream or any of the ones that we're about to see, but it might. So just keep that in the back of your head, the crunching of the snow, because what that means is whenever you're walking on snow and you're crunching like that, it means you're leaving footprints, right? Because if you're just walking on snow that's melted a little bit and frozen over, it doesn't sound like that if you're not leaving footprints, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but just, I don't know. Just seems kind of weird to me if we get to see them not leaving footprints later is kind of strange.
You understand? It doesn't snow here. It doesn't rain here.
Wait a minute.
Just
so Jared knows it hasn't snowed there in hundreds of years. I mean, I know that they do the core samples in the permafrost. I mean, I get it, but how would he know that it hasn't snowed there in hundreds of years? I don't know, man. That just seems like kind of a claim that nobody could really even know. Whatever, dude.
But there's no breath because you're not. Breath is moisture. You know, when you see foggy breath. Can you? But it's not as bad as usually when you're at home, like on a cold day. I don't see my breath.
Oh, wow.
Look at Austin. Maybe he's got some breath issues.
Okay, so that's an interesting tidbit. So Jaren's saying, I can't see my breath. There's not enough moisture. But Witsit over there, he just said he can see his breath. He can see it over here. And I don't know if this is going to be on this stream, but then there is the whole Vapegate thing. And I did see clips of where Witsit could see his breath. I caught it on Jake's stream I saw it this morning from yesterday. I don't know if that's on here, but wow, this little exchange that we just saw here definitely adds some color to that, to Vapegate, doesn't it?
Where is your breath? Oh, yeah, I can see Austin's breath. Why can you see it there?
Because he's over there vaping.
Breathe.
It's like, dude, if you drink water and then you take a deep breath, it'll.
You're right. Now I do see it.
Yeah.
I wonder why you don't see it in the sun.
Okay, so that's another thing. Okay, so this is what I was saying the whole time when people were saying the whole thing about them not seeing their breath. My point was sometimes you can see your breath, right? But it won't show up on camera. It depends on the lighting. So like if you're backlit, you will see it. But if the lighting's from behind the camera, you're not going to see the breath. Or what? Maybe I've got it backwards, but it depends on the lighting, okay? Later on, when Witz is trying to prove that he can see his breath, he like sees it for a second and then his breath stops being seen, but he knows instantly that it stops being seen, right? So what my question is how would he know that? Like it would have been way smarter, right? If they're hypothetically, if they're faking it, right? It would have been way smarter if he would have been like, see my breath? Even if he didn't see it, right? Because then they could just say later on, well, I could see my breath, but it wasn't showing up on the camera. You understand? Do you see what I'm saying? Like it kind of makes them seem guilty when they allegedly start faking their breath with things like vape pens. But see, this exchange right here kind of lends credence to what I was saying originally, right? That it's not that they couldn't see their breath, it's that it didn't show up on the camera, right? But then again, when Witsit's showing his breath, and I don't know if it's in one of these or not, but when Witsit's showing his breath, how did he know that the camera could see it in 1 second and not see it the next second? Was he monitoring the camera in his glasses? I don't know, man. It's just, I'm raising some questions here because I have seen a couple of things that I'm not responding to here. Okay, but I just wanted to get that out there. Here we
go. It doesn't do that. I'm in South Louisiana, so if it's cold, frosty breath, why no 24-hour live stream? Well, we're going to do that tomorrow. It's not as easy as you think. Again, think about what you're asking. So we have to put our iPhone out for 24 hours. And I don't even think YouTube lets you do 24 hours. But we're thinking of doing like 8 hours on Austin's, and then I will
You know
start
what's
mine.
interesting to me, man? And I don't know, this is just to each his own, but if I was actually in Antarctica and I was getting a bunch of questions from people trolling me, I would ignore that shit. I'd be like, dude, I'm in Antarctica. Look at this and look at that. And here's this and here's that. Wow, fucking Antarctica. A troll? Whatever. Fuck the trolls, right? Why is he, I don't know, man. This is just my question. Why is it like such a point to respond to the trolls and to convince people that you're in Antarctica? If you're actually in Antarctica. It's like if you're actually in Antarctica, you wouldn't give two fucking thoughts about convincing people with pointed questions that you're in Antarctica. You'd probably ignore them. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know I'm armchair quarterbacking, and there's no telling what any of us would do in each situation. I just think certain shit's weird, dude.
Like right as he's ending his. So we'll say, okay, we'll show that his one is ending. Then my camera will take over, and then he'll do it again at the end of that 8 hours. So tomorrow we should be able to see that. I mean, isn't it crazy that we're even getting internet service at all?
No, it's not crazy because they have satellites, Jaren. Remember satellites, which we all know they are high altitude weather balloons. If there's even anything up there at all, they're using high altitude weather balloons. That's, communications balloons, arrays of communications balloons. That's what satellites are. They've been doing it since like the 1930s and 40s. Okay, I've got videos of where the U.S. government was putting out propaganda videos from like 1955, long before there was a space program, long before there were claimed to be satellites. And on these government installations, you see cell phone towers and satellite dishes. Okay, so like the concept that satellites are necessary to provide internet in Antarctica, right? Of course, Jaren's gonna mention, oh, I can't believe we have internet here because satellites. And he didn't say satellites, but of course, like the globetards that are watching this later are gonna be like, the flat earther doesn't know about satellites. He thinks NASA's fake. What an idiot.
Smokes on Jeranism super chats. What? I see one, I think. Let me see. Come on. It is so cold. Funny. I can't see the super chat. Well, let me bring it up. Oh, there it is. Nope. I lied. Clit Rubs. It's the best name.
Not really. Stinkfinger McGillicuddy.
Yeah, let me go show you over here. Thanks, Clit Rubs. So is it? Oh, I lost it. You guys are going too fast. What does it say? So is it? It's still.
What? Does it mean that somebody's not going to find the evidence that I haven't found? So we didn't I guess we've just been talking about fuck all nothing for the last 10 years, ain't we? Wow, dude. What a thing to say for the cameras, dude. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
And the sun is going the opposite direction. So here, if it's going right to left,
but here's one thing. At least they brought some definitely trustworthy people with them too, like the globe earthers, right? Like what yeah, because we trust them. We know that they would never fake anything like that. And Will Duffy is so trustworthy too. Like he's a pastor at a small Christian church. Y'all know that, right? So of course he's trustworthy. Christian pastors would never deceive people, never. And neither would Jeranism, would he? Jeranism would never he would never cook for the globe, would he? Oh, wait a minute, he's doing it. So, I bet you I know what this. Dude, this is one of those AI deepfake Jarens, isn't it? Like they deepfake Jaren into this.
Just every day, the sun just goes around.
I'm kidding.
But it's not fake. That's all I want you guys to know. That is the actual sun. No balloons, no green screen, no no
He was
pretend. I don't know what to
almost
tell
going
you.
to say it, wasn't he? Like he was almost going to say it. Okay, but he didn't though. Like that would be too on the fucking nose if he said the next thing. So he's like generalized it, right? No bullshit. Wow, dude. Wow.
It's flying in here was the most magnificent thing I'd ever seen to start with, and then this is just unbelievable. It's like the most surreal thing. I mean, if you were out here, you would see it. Wish you guys had a balloon down there. Yeah, but well, you know what? Duffy put out his. Duffy did a. Oops, I'm standing in somebody's camera. Duffy did a drone today, and we got permission to go up to, or he got permission to go up to, a mile. So he was a mile high today, which is taller than that. This mountain. This mountain is 4,000 feet, I think. So he went up taller than that mountain today.
Damn,
so you could
dude.
see.
I don't know. That mountain doesn't seem like it's pert near a mile tall, right? So 4,000 feet is like what, 3/4 of a mile or something like that? Less than 3/4 of a mile? I don't know. A mile's 5280, right? So yeah, something like that. But hold on, it looks like that mountain. Let's see.
Somebody's
okay.
camera. Duffy
so
did
he's
a.
saying that mountain right there is 4,000 feet. I don't know, dude. That looks off to me, man. I don't. It is hard to say. So like when you film things, the scale is hard to recognize, right? So like for example, when I've taken videos using my phone of the moon will be big and full, but then when I get the video back, it looks like a tiny little dot, right? So the scale can be off on video, but just from what I'm looking at here, man, that mountain looks very close. It almost looks like you could walk there in about 5 minutes, right? And I know it's deceiving, but it just something looks off here, man. Like it looks very real. But when he says that mountain is almost a mile tall, 4,000 feet tall, I don't know, man. That thing looks very close. Like maybe a couple thousand feet tall. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm just way off in left field here. What do you guys think? And I can't navigate a way to look at the chat, so just think it to yourself, I guess. Back to it.
Drone today, and we got permission to go up to, or he got permission to go up to, a mile. So he was a mile high today, which is taller than that. This mountain. This mountain is 4,000 feet, I think. So he went up taller than that mountain today. So you could see definitely the camp that we're at. We haven't even. If the sun never sets, why is all the ice not melting? Yeah, I mean, you got the same questions I do. They say because of the angle of the sun. You'd have to ask.
They say because of the angle of the sun. See, that's the point that I was making earlier. They say it's because, okay, so like here's the tilted Earth, right? And so like the wall of sunlight is hitting the Earth parallel, right? And so when it's southern summer, this is getting the most direct sunlight for 24 hours a day. It should be like a boiling cauldron, according to the heliocentric model, right? Because the equator gets the direct sunlight during the equinoxes, right? And so, yes, the sun spends the most mean time around the equator, right? It's like an oscillating fan is going to spend the majority of the time somewhere in the middle and the least amount of time on the peripheries, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know.
A glober, I wouldn't know that answer. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. You'd think it would just melt. But you have to remember how high we are.
Stupid. Like, so now we have to beg for answers from globetards. I mean, I guess in their model, but it's almost like with those comments, he was just sort of reifying their model some more.
Right. So think about it. That we are up. I think this is about 2,500 feet.
Because remember, guys, sorry, not to interrupt in the middle of what he was very riveting talks about being in Antarctica for the first time. But remember, if this hypothetical that we're running with and this shit's fake, he's playing for the cameras for the general consumption, right? So like for those of us schmucks that have only been with him for like a decade, you know, promoting, supporting him, you know, working for free for him and that kind of thing, that doesn't really amount to anything. Sorry, y'all. With my damn blood pressure, let me just back that up again.
You'd think it would just melt. But you have to remember how high we are, right? So think about it, that we are up, I think this is about 2,500 feet. The colder you get.
Sleep. Apparently, thousands of people are already doing this.
Let's see what else we got here. Sun is not hot. Hey, Jaren, how is the observation going? It's going good.
Computer crashed. I was trying to hit my bowl and I had the fan blowing because if I don't leave the fan blowing on my computer, it overheats. And so I moved the fan for a minute to hit my bowl and it overheated and crashed. So I can't smoke it. I don't have any papers, so I just got to wait. That sucks. But okay, I think we're back, right? Let me get some thumbs up in the chat. People upside down in Australia, yeah. So let's get right back to it. Sorry about that.
Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. You'd think it would just melt. But you have to remember how high we are, right? So think about it, that we are up, I think this is about 2,500 feet.
So I don't know if you caught that, but someone said, how's the observation going, Jaren? And he goes, oh, it's going great. But that was a slight. Like I would not want to be Jeranism's shoes right now, honestly. But if y'all didn't catch that, like it was so weird because the person that chatted asked him, why isn't all that snow melted if you're getting 24 hours of sun there? And he goes, well, I don't know. You probably have to ask a Glober. Like, because flat earthers are just too fucking stupid to figure out anything. Like, Globers know everything, of course, right? I don't know if is he doing this shit intentionally? Honestly, at some point, it's almost like this shit's on purpose. Like, you can't, because Like it's either I was just totally fucking fooled and Jaren was like one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met, and I was just wrong. Like I must have been enamored, I guess. Maybe I'm way more homo than I thought. I don't know.
Or so. And so the higher up you get, the colder you get.
Fuck me.
Which is crazy. Let me see what else we got here. Sun is not hot. Hey, Jaren, how is the observation?
It's so weird looking, man. And I guess it's because, you know, it's Antarctica and it's weird. But, I mean, do you see these mountains way off in the distance there? I mean, they're way smaller. So, like, the assumption is that they are large mountains, but they're... Hold on, no, my wife's calling. What's up? Is it like some kind of emergency or something? I don't know, but not yet. Okay, just don't, please, just, unless it's an emergency, okay? Okay, love you, bye. Okay, but the mountains in the distance here, so like this one here, I don't know, like it looks like it's exactly as far away as this one here, right? And like also the other one that was 4,000 feet, like all these mountains that are various in size, so like assuming that they are various distances, all appear to be the same distance away. Okay, does that make sense? And maybe it's because it's such crisp air and it's so low humidity, as they said. But it's so low humidity that sometimes you can see your breath and sometimes you can't. Okay, it's not that the camera picks it up some breath and sometimes you can't, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. I'm sorry.
It's going good. I'm going to stop my time lapse here. I wanted to make sure that it got the full 24 hours. I would be so sad if it was 23 hours and 55 minutes or something. I don't remember.
I bet he would be.
Exactly.
Because he didn't prove it was a globe quite enough, right? Is that what he meant? Maybe I'm reading him wrong, but it's like, did he just say like, if he didn't get to 24 hours, then it wasn't 100% proof of the globe and he'd be upset? Is that what he meant? I don't fucking know, man.
When it set. I mean, when it started. Lisbeth, that's good, right?
Okay. So this is what came to mind when they showed Lisbeth, and I don't know who she is. Never heard her, never met her, don't know anything about her. Not even talking about her. But what came to mind was, so like years ago we were on Globebusters and they had this guy and his wife named Chris Geo. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but we did like a hangout with them. And basically the whole gay thing came up for whatever reason. And I basically just went on record saying I think that gay is illogical because gay people can't procreate. So it is sort of a self-defeating anti-human thing. Now, I honestly don't give a damn where people stick their genitalia. I think it's weird to do anything but with like the opposite sex. I think that's bizarre and like against the natural order of things. But to each his own. Like I really don't hold that much weight in perverted stuff, right? But the thing is like if you don't acquiesce to like, so no, it's not illogical to get, because I have a brother that's gay, and so like gay is cool, and like you're a xenophobe. But the thing is like my position is like gayness has been kind of like artificially installed into our culture at a very young age, and it's gotten way worse. Like I think when I was growing up, it was like sort of in the media, like subliminally, like they were subliminally trying to get people to be like transgendered and gay or whatever. But now it's just so overt, right? And so for whatever reason, that reminded me when he pointed the camera over at Lisbeth and said, "Is this okay, Lisbeth?" For some reason, it just reminded me of that guy Chris Geo and the gay thing, and like how like these people kind of behave like a cult. And if you don't agree with certain things, with certain I don't know, mantras or whatever, then you're kind of not welcome in the reindeer games or whatever. I don't know, man. Like I do have sort of conventional views on sex and things like that. Okay. I don't judge people that are gay, but at the same time, I think it's weird. I think it's sick. And I think that things like, you know, the transpocalypse are a cultural disease, not something to be celebrated. Like, I don't think we should participate in people's strange delusions, right? I think that we should try to help them and try to get them help, right? But not like participate in their fucking delusions. I think that's not the way to handle mental health issues.
Don't you think that that's? I think that that's past where we started it. I think. What do you think?
Most we'd be like maybe a minute or two. I mean, like, are they rushing to leave right
No, I just want to start packing shit up. I want to get out of here. You know, we have not slept in our tents yet. We have not slept in a cot.
See, when
We have
I
not
was
taken a
there,
shower.
I would try to, like, my whole thing is I want to go as far south as possible, and if y'all don't take me in that skidoo, then I'm gonna jack that motherfucker, and I'm going skidoo and south, bro. No, so like the whole thing is, oh, we're just gonna get the hell out of here because we got our shot of the globe proof. What? Dude, this is absolutely nonsense. And like honestly, just based on that, I don't believe they're in Antarctica at all. Like honestly, I just don't believe they went. I'm not saying the 24-hour sun thing's fake. I'm not saying that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I'm saying that based on that, based on the fact that Jaren isn't even a little bit curious about heading south and seeing what the fuck is out there, I don't buy it, dude. I call bullshit. I call bullshit, dude. Sorry.
Shower. We have not
We're going back to the main camp.
been able to do anything because they basically shipped us out here because the sun goes behind that mountain. So they drove us way the hell out here, which is this little
I
facility.
don't know. It's just kind of weird to me how the autofocus is focusing on the mountain and the snow in the foreground at the same rate. I mean, maybe he's got the focus set to infinity or whatever. I don't know, but that just seemed really weird to me how he put his hand in front and you got that autofocus effect and the mountain in the background and the snow in the foreground was focusing at an equal amount. I don't know. That's bizarre to me. Maybe it's 100% legit. That kind of seems a little flat to me. I mean, not flat, but flat. You know what I mean? And like this is a perfect shot too. Like that right there looks very flat to me. Like it's almost like the set ends right there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's almost like this is a set right here. Almost. I mean, it doesn't prove anything, but if you fake your Antarctica footage, it's not a good look.
There's a building in there. I'll show you people inside there if you want to see what's going on in there. I gotta.
What are they? Oh, I bet you I know what's going on in there. McToon and Fight the Flat Earther in there or whatever. I don't know any of those people. The only time I've seen them all is when I made that thumbnail, honestly.
Show you this room and where we've been staying.
Ale, my kind of place.
I can't believe that we came here yesterday. It seems like it's been here for 4 days. I don't know what the hell's going on. Can I record in here? Nobody.
Like, did you notice like the logo of that ale was like Prison Planet on Antarctica? I don't know. It's so weird. Like I'm always on the lookout for subliminals, right? Because I think that I think symbols speak to our subconscious more than we think. And I think as long as you're conscientious of it and you try to filter what goes through your subconscious, I think that you are a little bit safer. But I don't know, man. It's like the Starbucks logo still gives me the creeps once I learned what that was.
Anti that. So this is all our supplies. Very messy. If you wanted to take a nap, I slept underneath that table. Tried to get an hour in here and there. Mckeegan doing something. Critical Think. Jonathan's over here. What are you doing?
We're doing a little backup on the
Nice. So let's get my guy here.
If I were to die tomorrow, I'd want every diabetic, including you, to know this.
I'm not
Garlic
diabetic.
and lemon are all.
I don't know why I keep getting all these health ads. Like, I'm not diabetic.
So that's this little research facility they have, which is just way out in the middle of nowhere. That truck is so badass, though. Some girl brought us out in that truck because they left me and Witsit back at the camp and came out here. It's like, what the hell? But we usually drive in that thing. So we're going to take that home in about
Not even curious to see what's
30
south.
minutes. Or,
Not even curious to see where Admiral Byrd went and what he was talking about. Not even curious to see if the Iron Republic story was true. Not even curious a little bit. Dude, I call bullshit, bro.
for an hour, I guess. Duffy's going to go live at midnight. What time is it right now? What time is it? I can't see. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat. I will be very thankful to everybody who super chatted. It's just hard for me to see right now with the sun glare. Here's the bathrooms. You want to see the bathrooms? They're fun. This is the best part about the trip is the steam that your piss lets out. So this is the men's room. Very exciting. Piss into a pan. Woo! Compass
Wow.
reading
Okay,
for-
so we're gonna pull the NASA thing where you film the toilets. So Jaren is more interested in filming the toilets than seeing what's south in Antarctica. Dude, I don't even believe y'all crazy motherfuckers was in Antarctica, honestly. And again, I'm perfectly fine with the 24-hour sun. I think it's great, actually, because finally we can get rid of about 90% of the fat in flat Earth. And you know what? Great. But I still don't think y'all are even there, dude. I think this is some bullshit.
For the angle of the horizon, I didn't see this in. Compass reading.
A compass reading of the toilet?
Jaren, compass reading an angle from the horizon for the sun. We are on my rig over there. They actually have a smoking section.
Okay, but the purpose of this was not to do science and get shadow angles. The purpose of this was to film the hit piece that's going on Netflix or wherever, right? That's the point. They're wrapping up. This thing's done. Mission accomplished. Like, all y'all dumb son bitches that have been rolling with this guy all this time, guess what? He's not on our team, dude. Newsflash.
Which is dope. It is so, for a California boy, not too much fun.
Yeah, so miserable. What was the temperature supposed to be? And I can't check the chat. And I understand they're bundled up and everything, but I thought Antarctica was supposed to be like really, really cold, even in the summer, right? Like below freezing at all times. Maybe if you're lucky, you get some days that are not below freezing. I don't know. But usually when it's really cold, your only reaction isn't just to say, oh, it's really cold. Like there's other physiological responses that are involuntary, right? So like teeth chattering, shivering to keep your, muscles warm from the friction, it's just all just seems very, very flat to me.
Compass reading. So it is.
And, Stanley Kubrick, when he shot Space Odyssey, he had this is old sort of technology. They could do certain things like this, but to get the full 360 deal, that's a pretty new technology. But really, they're just ripping off what Kubrick's did. He invented that technology for 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? Of course, it was lower resolution. It was like a light bright or whatever, version, but same thing. This, you know, this appears like it could have definitely been faked on a stage. I'm not saying it was, but I don't believe I don't believe they went to Antarctica just based on the conversation. And I think that if we dig deep enough, we're going to find major problems with this. However, let's not fall for the traps, you people. Okay, because they do have a lot more footage that they haven't released yet. They're waiting for us to make positive claims that they can debunk, right? But just based on the things that have been said and the attitudes, like I just honestly, I don't buy it, dude.
Let me see here if I can get this to work. All right. So there's north, south. You see there? North and south. So supposedly that rock is north. And I actually drew this line. I don't know if you can see this line that says S. See this one?
The average person sees around 10,000 online ads daily. Here's how a man's life would change if he used Pi. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's...
And one of the craziest, I don't even know how this happens, but when I was practicing with this solar mount at home, I had to, God, I hope that that's long enough. I want to stop it, but to the right. So I would start the mount this way, and it would slew till it found the sun going to the right. Well, here it goes left. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. Weird. The angle of it. Let me see if anybody has a azimuth.
You know, again, I don't know what the temperature was supposed to be there, but like if it was really cold and it was me, I just don't think I could be so calm and collected with my with my oration. Like you kind of think dude would be like, this is fucking cold, this is fucking cold, right? No, nothing, not like that at all. Like not even a hint of that. Not even once yet. From any of these motherfuckers. Like what? Can't be that cold, right?
Or whatever it's called. Theodolite app. Tune. Is that Tune? Yes. Do you have a theodolite app? You can tell me what the altitude of that is? Do you have a theodolite app where you can tell me what the altitude of that sun is? People are asking.
Okay. Here's the point. When people like McToon are cordial and respectful to a flurfer, like we can pretty much just wrap this fucking reaction up right now because that's all I had to see is Toon is being respectful to a flurfer. So wrap. That's a wrap.
Thank you. So I'll tell you right now. What are all these chunks of ice?
This is sundial. See the crosshair right there?
Yeah.
On the sun. And the tip.
Well, you know, you guys, you better get the globe earther to do your angle measurements for you because we flurfers are just not capable or responsible enough. I got to go pee real quick, you guys, and I'm going to go grab a refill on coffee. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get a cerveza. I got a Corona Extra and some lime. So let me pee and get a drink. Y'all do the same. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that, you guys. And you know, I am such a genius. You know what I just figured out? I can check the chat on my phone, dude. And so that way I don't have to worry about crashing my computer just to check the chat. I am a genius, dude. A genius. I'm going to get that motherfucker patented. Every time someone checks the chat on their phone, I get a nickel. You heard? Y'all heard? Fuck. Okay, well, maybe or not. Maybe I can't check the chat. How do I go? How do I find my own live stream? That's the question. Oh, wait a minute. No. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh, let me check. I'll just do it from YouTube Studio then. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I know I suck. I apologize. Yeah, I had to fucking. I have no way. Am I even streaming anymore? I guess maybe I'm not even streaming. I don't know. Oh, I guess I am still streaming. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna assume that I'm still streaming, but I can't find my stream on my phone, so I'll get that patented later, I guess. We'll just go right back to it then. How's that sound? I do got to open and pour my beer though.
Right next to 0, so this is the elevation.
So elevation is 16 degrees. And do you have to give you the direction? Proof of hey, figure out a way to make it work.
Proof of dome refraction. I don't know what that means. Like, we know what it means. We speak English, but wait.
I don't know how you can ever make that work. But I want to see it, so I think Joe Hamby's done an excellent job.
See, that's the conversation they were wanting to have. See, they really wanted to have this false dichotomy conversation come out like that. They wanted everyone to get on the argument that that the 24-hour sun is exclusive to a sphere, and like, oh, well, then it must be the caustic coffee cup thing. And, you know, again, I'm not discounting that. I'm not saying that's not the case. What I'm saying is thank God that we flurfers ain't so fucking stupid as we used to be, right? Because we don't fall for this shit. And that's why it's so hard to believe that Jaren is still falling for this shit. And he's like really the only high profile flurfer that has historically continually fallen for this sort of shit. Right? Fell.
But he's
I haven't even had the first sip of beer. I've only smelled it and I'm already buzzed.
I think now that he knows what we see, maybe he can do something. But it's going to be difficult. We're going to do the sunspots again tomorrow. We did them today, and it certainly seems like they're flipped in California or in the United States. And then we take them down here that they're just upside down. So tomorrow Melodome's going to take some more images of the sun. So we were going to do it today, and we were going to do it tomorrow at 1, but we fly over the Ellsworth. Said I wouldn't do it. I'm going to do it anyway.
See, that would have been a deal breaker for me right there. Like, honestly, I'm not buying this, dude. Like, if they would have said you got to get on this La Bamba plane, and I don't know what he means exactly. I mean, I know what a La Bamba plane is, but I don't know what his definition of a La Bamba plane is, right? But so what I'm thinking is you're gonna put me on a death trap plane with chickens flying around in that motherfucker? Nah, dude, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to prove the Earth is a globe that much, right?
But it'd be so nice. What we're doing when we get back tonight is just for the first time getting to shower, getting to sleep in our tent. They're going to let us sleep in tomorrow. So that's good because we have not had any sleep.
And what a shame, dude. What a shame. And I'm just commenting on like my feelings at this point. But you know, it's such a shame that I just don't trust Jeranism anymore. I don't like again, there used to be a time when like if he said he went to Antarctica, dude went to Antarctica, right? Something's changed, man. And I'm not saying he was replaced or cloned or some shit like that. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's kind of like when we were in Denver. And the first day that I was there, I smoked joints with Jaren and, you know, outside the convention center and had a good time conversationally and everything. Day 2, it was almost like the word came down from on high that standing around smoking joints with the likes of me was like way beneath him, right? And so from that point forward, it was like kind of a stupid thing to be outside smoking joints. Like, okay, whatever. But you know, for someone to change course like that overnight, like as if some word came down from on high, not to hang out and smoke joints. I don't know, man. It just kind of reminds me of that. It's like that whole thing that's a microcosm of the way that I feel about this whole thing. It's almost like an order came down from on high. And like, dude, it's almost as if Jaren is just purposefully leaving breadcrumbs, although I guess it could be argued, and he does have some degree of plausible deniability that he is not actually purposefully leaving breadcrumbs. But I don't think he is. I don't want him to get killed that bad.
Anymore. Who else is back? Nobody, just Mark? Who else is back at the camp? Only Mark?
Yeah. We could do the before you could do the like split screen live thing. Like, hey, you stand over there.
So we can see that we're not green screen, because I will admit that thing right there looks like a green screen, doesn't it?
Okay. So they're joking about how it's not a green screen. And that's interesting because, you know, honestly, I don't think that it is a green screen. If they faked it, why would they use a green screen? There's way better technology than that. And somebody that can afford to send a half a dozen people and pay for them to go to Antarctica, allegedly, can definitely afford to like rent out one of these fucking, you know, there's probably dozens of those sort of domes, you know, that were created by the Star Wars show or whatever for filming. I mean, it really, again, it is really kind of like an upgrade and a spin-off on the technology that Kubrick came up with. And, you know, I believe that they did use Kubrick's technology to fake a lot of the Apollo footage, right? So, like, the stuff when it comes to faking space and faking the globe, it's always going to be cutting edge, right? They're never going to be, you know, behind the curve when it comes to their fakery.
But we just drove from over there, obviously. So
It looks so freaking flat, dude.
it looks so flat.
And it's like we don't know how far away this stuff is. Like, I don't know.
Look at that little mountain popping up over there.
And, you know, to his point, it does look close. What I said before, it looks like that mountain, which is supposedly so far away, is exactly the same distance as those other mountains. I mean, that is kind of what it looks like to me, too. It's funny that he said that. And it's even doubly funny that they would joke about how it's not a green screen.
So flat out here, bro.
Gabapentin is
but it looks flat,
bringing you closer to amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you could be close to losing your foot.
Flat.
I'm going to.
Yeah, it is flat as could be. I mean, flying in, everything was flat.
So in
Farming.
one,
We're gonna look.
He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. In one breath, he says, "God, I don't see how this could work on a flat Earth. I don't know. I don't know how this could work." And then on the other side of his mouth, he's saying, "God, it looks flat. It's so flat. God, I'm just so confused. I'm a confused flat earther." Like playing the fucking role, dude. What?
Through the infrared because so we can't see those mountains now, but we saw them yesterday.
I see him.
You do? Where?
Right there in front of us. You'll see the mountains right in front of us.
I see those ones, but I thought you saw some over there. Remember we said we couldn't tell if they were clouds or not? I don't know. Looks flat, therefore the Earth must be flat, right? Well.
Oh, dude. So like, yeah. So okay. So yeah, like dude's playing a role for the fucking TV. Okay, that's like, wow. So he actually did just say that. Did I just hear that wrong, or he actually just said that? So like, he's actually going with the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic proves the globe. Is that really what Jaren's going with? Wow, dude. Wow.
Are they flipped face? I can't read that. Does the sun? Oh God, I can't read people's things. Does the sun? No, it circles around you. Right now, it's right there, and over the next 24 hours, it will dip down to about right above this mountain, and then it gets a little bit lower about there.
So what that comment was about, and it does make some degree of sense, if you think about it, like on spinning globe Earth, especially in the Arctic during the solstice, like if you're on a merry-go-round focusing on one object in the distance, basically you're just going to focus on that object and it's going to go like back and forth like that. So like that's kind of, you know, if the heliocentric model was right, you would kind of just think that the sun would do one of these numbers, right? But no, it goes all the way around. So I mean, I have heard some kind of a decent case made by the globetards on this argument. So I've kind of come to the conclusion that it's one of those things that's kind of neither here nor there. But then again, we've never been on a globe that's the size that they say that it is, and we've never seen a sun that's 93 million miles away. And so who knows what that would actually look like. But it doesn't look like this, you know, again, because going back to the things that we can prove and measure, the Earth is provably and measurably flat. The surface of standing water is level, not curve level, actually level indeed. That's measurable, demonstrable, repeatable, regardless of what's occurring in the heavens. Sure, we don't have a cogent model of the heavenly celestial mechanism, okay? But then again, neither does NASA. They've been lying. They've been reifying and deifying the globe model for so long that they've sort of painted themselves into a corner, and the damn globe is deader than ever. This is some bullshit right here.
And then it goes up to its highest part over here in this region in the north, and then starts going down a little bit more, and that's where it is right now. So I've got that on my time lapse. Hopefully I'm just afraid to stop it because I don't want to come up short. And we had a couple errors at the beginning we were trying to get Lisbeth's GoPro, so we taped it to the top of my time-lapse camera. And hers kept stopping, so we kept having to stop the time-lapse. So
okay. I've got problems with this, man. Back this up just a hair.
And we had a couple errors at the beginning we taped it to and hers kept stopping, so we kept having to stop the time up. So we think now that looks far.
The amount of time that he spends deflecting the questions from the chat and talking about shit that is of no consequence, right? Like you can talk about cameras and time lapses and toilets any old day of the week, right? You don't have to go to Antarctica to talk about this bullshit, right? What's that all about, man? Like this just seems like some shit that people would do that are on a sound stage trying to think like, what would I say if I was in Antarctica? Oh, I'd show them the toilets, right? Like, I don't know, man. It just kind of seems like some shit that someone would do that's trying to convince you that they're in Antarctica.
Enough, doesn't it? There's no way we started. Let's do it. Let's stop it. Here we go. Stop.
So here's the thought, though. Like, so okay. So just check me out here, and if I lose my train of thought, then just line me up and fucking shoot me, dude. But okay. So do you see how like all the snow has been raked around, and like you can even kind of see almost to the horizon the snow has been raked out to here. It's kind of look. I mean, okay, so maybe that's where they drove in. I'm not even halfway done with my first Corona, and I'm slurring. That's my tolerance on alcohol. It's like nothing. But okay, so what my point is though, it's almost like this could be a trap, right? So like cut in the fucking Star Wars. It's a trap with the dude with the Google. It's a trap. Because it's almost like they've created this illusion where like you have this separation between the foreground and the background. And so who's to say that they don't have like 10K footage of them driving from this point right here to that mountain in the distance? So like, again, I could be way wrong. I could be way off, right? Because we're looking at a video footage, and video footage doesn't prove anything. But it's like they could be setting this up to trap us for making claims exactly like the ones I'm making. So just keep in mind, this is for entertainment purposes only. And, you know, until we get more footage from this, I'm going to remain undecided.
Well, that's weird. Shouldn't it make a noise? Let me see this. Where's that light on there? Still blinking. I thought you're supposed to. Maybe it's 2 hit clicks. 1, 2. Huh. What? To show you how the solar mount thing works, since we're.
I will tell you though, it looks like it was a lot of fun to be in Antarctica with all those globetrotters. Though, I mean, it must have been just a lot of fun. I can only imagine.
Power it here. Oh, it's got the batteries. Let's see. Let's turn power off. Here. Power. Go. All right. So wherever this is turned here, then you go turn this on. Ouch. Hate it. I mean, believe me, it's all called for 100%.
Do I wish the sunset? What? What? Do I wish the sunset? Yes. That dude, that's crazy talk, bro. Like, honestly, I don't know what to say about that. I just really don't. But like, other than I've already said this bit, but like, dude is playing a role, right? Am I the only one that sees this? And I have no way to check in on the chat. If I navigate away from this page, my computer's probably going to crash. So like, and if I try to check the chat on my phone, I can't find my own live stream on my own damn channel. So I really suck at this, you guys, but just send me some vibes. What do y'all think, man? Am I way out of line here, or is this motherfucker full of shit?
I hate the globe and those who promote it and all that they stand for.
If you hate the globe and all that they stand for, so why are you hanging out with them in Antarctica, dude? So full of shit, man. Like, you talk about talking out of both sides of your mouth. What happened to be kind to each other? Don't lie to each other. Open your mind. There's truth inside. More like be dicks to each other. Don't give a fuck about each other. Open your butt because there's Witsit inside. Right?
That's the sun. There's no, but it's not on a balloon. We are looking at sunspots. We have solar binoculars where you can zoom into the sun and see the sunspots. It's just not fake. And it certainly is weird that it goes around you the opposite direction and doesn't set. And that just doesn't, again, I'm just saying, just like I told my wife, well, how do planes go around a flat earth? That's impossible, until I saw the AE map. And I said, oh, you can have a counter arcing sun in the south.
Okay, but mental block aside, what happened to direct measurement for the curvature, Jaren? Because I know you know better than this. And like, you just, like, honestly, dude, this is coming from someone that respected you a great deal and like loves you like a brother, bro. The fact that you're doing this, man, like, I hope it was a lot, bro. And honestly, I hope it was a lot.
Because it's just every day. So, you know, think about it right now. So this is, let's see, so that's north. So in a second, okay, when that sun gets to be maybe over here-ish, near the south, it's going to be above Australia. So people in Australia will be having noon. It's the same sun. So think about a flat earth. If we are on the outskirts of a flat earth, we're on the very outside edge, how would we be looking south, seeing a sun that's above Australia?
Okay, but who said that we need a reified model in order to have a position? Okay, because again, from where I'm coming from on this, this has to do with direct measurement of objective reality. Direct measurement of objective reality demonstrates and proves every single time that the Earth is a fixed plane. Whatever's going on in the heavens is sort of irrelevant to that conversation. Yes, agreed, we will probably never have a cogent working model of the mechanisms of the heavens, okay? But the Earth's flat and stationary for damn sure. And I know that Jaren knows this, that the fact that he's playing dumb, like maybe he was threatened, you know, maybe he was threatened. Maybe they're like, ooh, Jaren, we're not going to dump all this money at your feet if you don't do this, dude, right? Maybe he was threatened.
Doesn't work. So maybe there is a way it's explained that I can't think of. And I'm sure some people are going to come up with some ideas, but this is great. This is good news that we have data.
Yeah, it's,
you know, I know a lot of people don't believe it or think
maybe
they're lying.
now people like Flat Earth Dave are going to shut the fuck up about their bullshit, right? Just saying.
Paid off or there were agents. It's just not true. It's just dumb. And this has not been fun. This is a miserable trip. I don't know who that would. I wouldn't pay for this trip if I had billions.
If I had billions, I'd pay for a much better trip than that, dude. And I said this months and months ago. I said, why don't you take that money and shove it up? You know, why don't you take that money and actually do some wide-scale geodesic surveying of the far south in all directions, not just one point, right? I mean, Admiral Byrd did this shit in the 1940s or 50s or whatever with Operation High Jump, a few different expeditions down there. And according to him, this isn't a direct quote, but paraphrasing Admiral Byrd, when he went down there, he said that there was a landmass larger than the continental United States south of the South Pole, starting in Little America. So they were in Little America, they went south of the South Pole and found a landmass larger than the continental United States, okay? And it was warm, and there was lots of, you know, good stuff there, like coal, oil, gold, all kinds of shit, untapped resources that could power the, you know, the world for hundreds of years, right? And so instead of capitalizing on all those untapped resources that were guarded by nobody, and there really aren't even any fucking animals to displace by drilling for oil down there and stuff, instead of capitalizing on the Antarctic, we got the Antarctic Treaty, where it's illegal for corporations and governments to muck about down there. It's preserved. And, you know, all the countries in the world can never agree on anything, right? And we're talking everybody from China and Russia, the United States, Great Britain, everybody. They all agreed, I think even North Korea, maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if even North Korea agreed that Antarctica should just definitely be off limits to everybody, you know? And that's just weird, right? Because we've been through oil shortages and, you know, we've been through oil spills and, you know, they are strip mining the mountains and fracking for oil right in our backyards. And it's just, you know, it's a problem. Why haven't we been tapping Antarctica all this time? Why not? What's the big deal, right? And so the fact that all these motherfuckers could do is film a couple things and talk about toilets and then get the fuck out of there real fast because they got what they needed. Yeah, this is some straight bullshit, dude. Honestly, some straight bullshit, man.
Miserable.
I bet he is. Honestly, I bet he is miserable, dude. Honestly, I feel bad for him because if what I'm thinking is true, like he's probably saying, "I told you so" to these motherfuckers, his superiors. He's like, "Dude, I told you so. I told you this wasn't going to work," but they just had to push the issue because, you know, the devil knows his days are numbered, right?
Although maybe I'll feel better after a shower and sleep. I can't believe we... Lisbeth, can you believe that we got here yesterday? That seems so weird. It's just been one long day. Or actually
Maybe
two
it's
long
because
days.
she's wearing all black, but does she have any affiliation with the Geo, Chris Geo, and the other Geo? I don't know. I don't know why I get them vibes, but that's like, from what I gather, there's some kind of like satanic cult or something. I don't know. I need to get another beer. I'll be right back, y'all. Oy vey. Oy vey, you guys. This is painful, dude, honestly. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me as I go through this trauma. But not the trauma that they wanted us to go through, right? They want us to be heartbroken about the fucking AE model. Wow.
I guess.
Yeah, and also people would have complained if you were a fucking asshole too, just saying.
Come on. Wow, it's so weird. When I turn this off, now it's like not coming back on. Weird. So anyway, I just wanted to check in with you guys, say hi. We're going to do, like we said, we're going to try and get a 24-hour time lapse, or not time hour.
Oh, people might get upset if the sun goes behind that mountain, so you better do something about that, guys.
You could ask, but I don't want to be moving away from the camp anymore. Tired of that. All right, well, we're gonna pack it up.
So now I know why Jaren didn't go looking for the Iron Republic. He was just tired of it. Tired of tired of the camp, tired of the whole thing.
Finally get to go back to the camp and sleep. And yeah, I'll be able to put this out pretty quickly. I think I can actually download it to my phone. I have no idea how big the file is.
Not saying that I personally would have gone looking for the Iron Republic, but at least I would have mentioned it. Hey, man, maybe we should take that skidoo that away and see what the fuck's over there. No, we're just going to hang out here and film some toilets.
Did every... $15 seconds.
So important. This late frame rates on a time lapse. That's fucking riveting, dude. Riveting.
Frames per hour. I'm just trying to think of what that amount of memory will be. If I can do it on my phone and upload it, I will. I'll get it done already. But I got to get back.
I know it seems like I'm bashing Jeranism, dude, but fucking goddamn.
Back to the camp and get organized and get showered. And so I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you. And I know people were saying thank you for the super chats. I see a $50 super chat. I see $100. Thank you. Without any other celestial reference.
Yeah, I mean, it is very expensive to be shilling for the fucking, shilling for the fucking Jesuits, dude.
Point to verify that's just an observation based on a single location. Correct. What do you mean? But anybody else, what I don't understand what you mean is that, so you think if somebody was over there, they would just see a completely different sun? So it is a single reference point, but the sun can be seen by a ton of fucking people. When the sun is above the sky at your place in New York, the people in California see it.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with the curvature of the Earth, Jaren? Because, see, we've talked about this at length for years. Years. I hope it was a lot.
It's the same sun. So if that's the equivalent of saying, oh, well, yeah, it's noon for New York, but it's just one up.
And honestly, there was a point in time when I probably could have been bought off, but not anymore.
Observation from one place. Yeah, but it's the same sun.
It's been a long time.
For everybody. Everybody sees the same sun. So money from the feds. Yeah. Tons of money. I'm going to be so rich. So,
okay, well, there you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth, people. I mean, he's not even really hiding it.
I got to get back for the delivery of my Tesla. Should be here soon.
Oh, he's going to get a Tesla? He's probably going to get a fucking Cybertruck.
Kidding. I drive a Jeep Compass or whatever it's called. Liberty? Yeah, I think I drive a Liberty.
Motherfucker doesn't even know what he drives. Come on, dude. That is some fucking shill shit right there. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, but come on, bro. You don't even know what you fucking drive, dude? You fucking screw your head on, Jeranism. What the fuck?
Or my little Mazda truck. I want this truck, though, man. That thing is pimp. That thing's awesome. Look at the tires on that. All right, well, we're going to head in. We'll try and get that done tomorrow.
Try and get that done tomorrow.
Certainly interesting. Just want to, I can't read that. Just want to say, love, man, I'm proud of you. Thanks, dude. What do you think, Crumb? What's it tell you?
Fucking Jaren got paid, dude. He fucking even said it. Okay, so Jaren got paid. I mean, you can't really hate on bro for getting paid, dude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's kind of a part of me that would still be like, okay, you're going to pay how much, dude? And all I got to do is fucking that. And like, you're talking about a week's worth of work. How much do y'all think it was? Like, it was probably like upwards of $500,000, right? I'm getting 5 million. I'm getting essence of 5 million. Was it $5 million? Was that really it? 4,900,000 taxes? Oh no, there's no taxes on that.
God, what's it mean to you?
Let me get a loan, bro.
How many people will change how they feel, or if it will be just nobody, and it's kind of a waste of time. Or if some people actually change their mind, I don't know. How much? I didn't see this in. I thought I saw something. Can you put your coordinates up so we can try and locate you from a satellite live?
I would have probably done it for a 40 ounce of OE, a pack of cigarettes, and a fucking Slim Jim, dude.
Cam, I don't think such thing exists. Satellite live cam. Our coordinates are 79 degrees south. I don't know what the longitude is. Austin, do you know what the longitude latitude of this place is?
He's talking about his own rectum, by the way, and Witsit knows exactly, dude. Exactly.
Can you look it up and just tell it to me? Just so people are asking. Jarenism important either way. Oh, I can't see it. Just more. Are you guys allowed to fly drones there? Yes. So I couldn't bring mine because I had to be within 50 pounds. And then we got here, and because there was only 10 people on the flight, they changed their mind and said last second that we could bring as many bags as we want. But obviously, we're already here.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me you paid $35,000? No, I'm sorry. Will Duffy paid your $35,000 to go. You couldn't even bring your drone? Wow, dude. Wow. It's almost like y'all were going to the ISS. Maybe we should send Jaren to the ISS to see if that's real too.
But Duffy brought his drone and Jonathan, and they both launched, and they got approval for a mile. So I was watching Duffy fly his. And he could actually see the camp because some people were saying we're not near that camp, but the camp is just over there. So he went up high enough that you could see the camp.
It's just so weird. And again, I'm no expert on fucking apertures or anything, but it is kind of weird how the stuff in the foreground is focusing at the same rate as the mountains that are supposedly miles away, right? And again, like, so like this mountain here, like you can see this peak of this mountain here. It's a little bit grayer, right? But it like the distance wise, it looks like it is as far away as the shit that's right here. And again, I understand video compression and like the stuff I said earlier, like it is hard to tell without a frame of reference, but and as realistic as this does look, there's just part of it that is just really not ringing true to me, dude. I wonder if he gets a commission based on how many people buy this shit. That would have been the better way to do it, superiors. Like piecework instead of a regular, like a flat rate. Give his ass piecework, dude, so that like only the number of people that buy this bullshit, that's how much you pay. I mean, it wouldn't have been much. 5 million.
We're saying it. Are you able to get that or no? Okay, I can get it from the camp. But I got to put this stuff away. We got to get done. We're supposed to be out of here by midnight. What time is it? I don't even know. Can't see. I say it's definitely Joe Hamby's.
And like, I don't know, dude. Like, so like this shit here, like the ground that we're looking at here. I'm sorry, dude. That looks kind of like a texture to me, like texture with really kind of flat bump mapping. Like the bump mapping's good on the texture, but it's just so like when he shook the camera around a little bit there, it just looks off to me, dude. And there are clips of people's feet walking across this very shit you're looking at right here, and they don't leave any footprints behind. And so like you could argue that it's because this shit is like vitrified or whatever, so like it's melted and then froze again, and so it's really hard and sleek. And even those footprints could have been frozen into that. But again, their feet are crunching in this shit. Something's off with this, dude. Like, you know, the smell test is really... Okay, fine. So like now they're rendering all the really high quality CGI, right, in the background. That's what's taking so long. I don't know, man. And, you know, maybe they went to Antarctica. Maybe the 24-hour sun is real, but Jared is still a shill.
Weird toy would require a 24-hour sun in Australia. There's that. Yeah, I've seen the same thing. But I think there's just people need to go back to the drawing board.
Right. We do have friends in Tasmania and in Australia and in Argentina, and they've been saying for years that this is legit. So, like, why are we still on this fucking AE model bullshit, dude? Like, that was over almost as soon as it began for me. I've been reposting videos from fucking 2017 where I was talking about the AE map is not a model, and we can't go by celestial observations to dictate the shape of the fucking Earth. So how is it that Jaren has missed that, even though he agreed with all that years ago? but somehow he's forgotten that. Is this even the same fucking Jaren that I met? I mean, I guess it probably is. The Jaren that I met wasn't quite such a fucking asshole.
It's data. It happens. It's true. It makes sense. I mean, we've talked to the. What do you say? Hold on, they're going to give us the coordinates right now. What is it? 82.5 west. 79.
Who gives a flying fuck, honestly?
0.2 south. So there you go.
And honestly, because because they're ready to wrap it up and get the fuck out of there, dude. Like, who cares what's over there? Who cares about doing, multiple simultaneous observations from different sides of the bottom of the ball or different sides of the AE projection model, whatever the fuck that is? This is some straight bullshit, dude. The amount of money that they spent on this and just did this nonsense, and like somehow that, like, I bet you that it cost way more to get Jaren to say this bullshit than it did to actually take the trip, if they actually went, right? And I'm just pulling 5 million out of my ass, but I don't know, man. It's like, that's what's coming to me through the fucking ether. If it's 5 million, dude, that would be hard to turn down, honestly. And like, from where I'm sitting, that, it kind of seems like this was the plan all along. People have been telling me this shit was coming for years, dude, not months, years. Like, people have been telling me names, specifically these people are going to do specifically this kind of shit. And they have done test runs of it in the past, right? These same people. But wow, I must have been fucking blind, dude. I must have been blind.
My hands are gonna freeze. They're so cold.
They're so cold. My hands are gonna freeze. I'm so cold. Convincing, dude.
All right. Well, we will see you tomorrow, probably. Well, I guess it's tomorrow after we sleep, and we'll do the live stream tomorrow of the try and get a 24-hour live stream of the sun, and we will go from there. All right, guys. Peace.
Wow, dude. Wow. Okay, so, well, that was all bad. I'm going to take another pee, and I'll be right back for another video. Y'all sit tight. I'm pissing like a Mexican chicken horse because I've got a couple of beers in me now, man. And some of that good old dank weed, too, son. I'll be right back. Let me go pee. I'm not done yet. No, I am streaming. Leave me alone. Oy, oy, oy. Sometimes I just want to scream. All right, so the next one's going to be way short. This is just one of them globbers time lapse. So let's get into that. Triangles Mckeegan. Triangles Mckeegan.
Don't pay anything to.
Oh, Fuck-a-doodle-doo.
Fix your roof. Homeowners can get a free roof with zero out-of-pocket.
Okay, so here is the 24-hour time lapse. Okay, this is something that I found a bit suspect right here, dude. Okay. So yes, this could be a sort of perspective issue because the camera that they're using is like wide angle or whatever. But I see these two shadows intersecting. That's what I see. Okay. And if you don't know this, local shadows from the sun are parallel. That's what gave the ancient Greeks, like Eratosthenes, the assumption that the light from the sun was hitting the entire earth parallel, right? But, you know, globe or flat, the ancient Greeks didn't know anything about atmospheric or atmosplanic refraction. So they were totally ignorant of refraction. Maybe they knew about prisms, but atmospheric refraction, like refraction of light through the air or the particulates in the air, they didn't know about it. And so they assumed, based on local observations of sunlight angle shadow angles, they assumed that the light from the sun was parallel at all points of the globe, right? But the thing is, you know, if you juxtapose that with the umbra-penumbra phenomenon that's used to describe solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, in order to apologize for the fact that the shadow of the moon is so tiny sometimes, then you have a impasse here. You have a contradiction in the globe Earth lore, right? You've got Eratosthenes on one hand saying that the light from the sun is all hitting the Earth parallel to one another, right? But then on the other hand, you have the same globetard saying in another conversation that the light from the sun is intersecting on itself at some point in space and then diverging from that point in order to cast a stylus-like conical shadow that tapers off into a point with distance. And that's why the shadow of the moon is usually like 50 or 100 miles in diameter during solar eclipses. Sometimes it's as little as 2 or 3 miles in diameter, the shadow of the moon, that is. And, you know, they say that the moon is like 2,000 miles in diameter, right? So, I'm sorry, 1,000 miles in diameter, right? Maybe it's radius, fuck, I don't know. But it's irrelevant. They say it's a huge ass moon and it's casting a shadow. It would be like taking a single light source and casting a shadow with a basketball where the shadow hits the wall and it's the size of a fucking dime, right? That's what's going on with the moon. And so the only way that the globetards can apologize for this fact, this huge problem with their model when it comes to solar eclipses. But again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's like you got to either go with Eratosthenes, who proved the Earth was a ball thousands of years ago, and everybody's in the world has known that the Earth is a ball since Eratosthenes, okay? But you can't have him and solar eclipses explained by the umbra-penumbra thing. So you got to pick one, right? You can't have both. And yet, these two contradictions, glaring contradictions, survive to this day as self-evident exclusive proofs of the globe, right? And so it is just that sort of nonsense that we find peppered throughout the globe Earth lore liberally. Like, that's all that there is. But unfortunately, we live in a world where everyone has been brainwashed since they were toddlers that they live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere. My inner world impression is fucking off. Sorry. Yeah, intersecting shadow. Like, dude, the shadows are intersecting on the table legs here. Dude, they done fucked up, bro. This is fake. That shit's fake, bro. That shit's fake, dude. Sorry. Nope. You're not going to have intersecting shadow angles on the table legs. That looks so cut and pasted in there. Wow, dude. Wow. Like, they really think we're stupid. Like these shadows are shit. Let me back that up a hair. Like these are intersecting with those. That's intersecting with these. Yeah, dude. These motherfuckers are lying their ass off, bro. Wow, man. I hope it was a lot. It should have been way more than 5 million for this. Like, are y'all trying to get caught? Is that what this is? Like, y'all just had it with the fucking charade and you're finally just like trying to get caught with your Streisand effect? That's so funny to me, dude. Fucking flat earth Streisand effect. Well done, Jeranism. Like, that's genius. If that was your intention, it's genius. And I got to hand it to you. I love you, bro. Still, if you intentionally did this for this reason, love, respect. But like, if you were for real, you're a fucking idiot, dude. No offense, no, like, okay, fine, you might be an asshole, but you're not a fucking asshole. Okay. Got one more. Uno más to the vatos. And we might could even do one more after this. We'll see how it goes. This is going to be Witsit's stream, one of his streams from Antarctica. Antarctica. Oh, I gotta mute this. Hold on. Like he'll probably hit me with a copyright strike for sure, right? Let me mute that shit.
We are in Antarctica, I can assure you. These are the mountains.
I can assure you. What a strange thing to say, dude. Wow. Like, no, dude, no. If I'm in Antarctica, that is the last thing that I would say. And again, I'm not this guy. Thank God for small miracles, right? But that's just a strange thing to say, dude. I'm sorry. What the fuck did he just say? Wait a minute.
Are dead and are now under the.
Oh God, that shit sucks.
Huh. Steve made that song and sent it to me yesterday. Hey guys, I know this may be hard to believe, okay? You guys give me feedback, make sure you can hear me. We are in Antarctica, I can assure you.
I can assure you. When someone says some shit like that, I really don't believe it, dude. I'm sorry. I just
These
don't
are the
believe
mountains in Antarctica. Guess what? These are also mountains in Antarctica. These are all mountains.
Why does everything look like it's cut off at a specific distance? I mean, they could have done that intentionally. They could have picked this spot in legitimate Antarctica intentionally and done certain things to the background at a distance to cast this illusion that it looks like they're inside of a dome. But then again, them shadow angles, like, dude, wait a minute, man. This shit is like, y'all motherfuckers are psyoping, bro. Like, what is this shit, dude?
Mountains in Antarctica.
I assure you,
okay.
Yeah. I assure you, that's some stupid shit to say if you're trying to convince people of some shit.
We were in a plane from Punta Arenas. I can assure you that that's where I was. I went all around Punta Arenas. We then got in that plane and we flew south for like 4 hours. And I checked 3-4 different compasses the whole way. And they said we were flying south the whole time.
I'm sorry, dude. And by the way, this is the first Witsit Getsit video that I have ever watched, ever. Okay. And in case you missed the beginning, I do have an apology to make to Witsit, legitimately. So about a year ago on Bob's stream, on Jeranism's channel for Bob's memorial, it was like in memory of Bob on Jeranism's channel. We did a memorial stream and it lasted a long time. And like, I patiently waited to say my, piece or whatever. and there was a medical doctor woman talking at length, and I waited and waited and waited, and I finally, it was getting to the point where I had to go, and I just tried to like maybe say a couple things, and somebody who I thought was Witsit basically told me to shut the fuck up because the doctor was talking. Okay. Now, this whole time, I have definitely harbored some angst or animosity against Witsit because of that. Okay, but it wasn't him that said it. I just found this out this morning. Dave Sims watched the thing that I was referring to that I've never watched. And he said that there was a bunch of people talking at the same time, or like people chiming in with different things. And it was this other guy, Stone Cold Steve Austin or some shit. But it wasn't Witsit. So I mentioned that, some shit about Witsit, basically being a cook to the medical society or whatever. And I was wrong. It wasn't him. It was some other dude. Okay, so I apologize for that. I made a mistake. I thought that was you, Witsit. He's not going to watch this, but I thought that was him. And so, but again, like I've never seen any of his work, never really had any sort of conversations with him outside of a couple times on Glowbusters. Don't know him, never met him, I think that maybe I did see like clips of his shit on Glowbusters where he was doing the activism stuff, which is great, whatever. But so, yeah, I thought it was him telling me to shut the fuck up on that stream, and it wasn't. So I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, enough said. I still hate the motherfucker.
A floating compass, a magnetic compass, a military grade compass, you name it.
Okay, but you're still silly.
We are clearly in Antarctica because after a couple hours, we began to be over that continent.
You're clearly in Antarctica because in a couple of hours, we were over that continent. Cogent, got it.
Over that landmass.
Got it. Makes perfect sense. Hey, say no more. It's all been proved. Not a question in my mind remains, dude.
Can you guys give me like a 5x5 if it's fine? It doesn't look cold there. Okay, I'm going to address all the stuff that people say. Okay, here's my weather app.
17
It says
degrees.
17 degrees.
Oh, dude. Like, your nose would be red. It would be biting cold, dude. And like the seeing your breath thing, okay, the humidity, the lighting on the camera, that can go one way or another. But when you fake it with a vape, that's sus, dude.
Yeah, 17 degrees. Feels like 29 degrees. Well, there's no wind, and there's
17 feels like 29. That's odd. I mean, I'm so used to living, I grew up in Florida, so it's always the feels like is colder, even in South Carolina, the humidity, but I've never seen it go, like 12 degrees up? Have y'all ever seen that? I mean, I guess I've never been to Antarctica, so, anything's possible. But I don't recall ever seeing that. I always recall the feels like, at least on cold days, below freezing temperatures. The feels like is always colder than the is, right? That's just bizarre that it would go up 12 degrees feels like in Antarctica. But even the feels like is below freezing. Wouldn't you have gloves on, dude? It really doesn't look that cold. And that mountain in the background that I think is the one they said is 4,000 feet looks extremely close. Extremely close.
sun right there at all the times popping up off of the ice. Okay.
And like honestly, the sky, and I get it. I'm looking at a video screen, but I edit videos. I look at videos a lot, like way more than just an average YouTuber. I watch a lot of videos, but I edit videos and I pay attention to videos a lot. That's what I do. And that sky looks suspect, dude. Suspect, right? Wherever the fucking accent's supposed to go on that doesn't sound weird. That's what it looks like. It just looks like the sky and the mountain are exactly the same distance away. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing.
So it is cold, right? If I'm out here for a long time, I'm gonna get really cold. My ears are gonna get cold. But it feels like 27 degrees. I just showed you my weather app. All right. I can see my breath. If you can't, I don't know say.
Okay.
Cold enough to see your breath. So I don't know why people keep saying it doesn't look like it's cold where we are. It's very cold. To me, I'm from Florida. So 18.
Dude, like, first of all, dude, I don't know. I just feel like it's at certain times I feel like this dude is not like a fucking dollar store version of somebody. I don't know who that person is, but like a knockoff dollar store version of somebody. It's just so funny that he's from Florida too. But you know, I am so cold, you guys. I am so cold. Duh. Let me take my gloves off. That's how cold I'm from Florida. I'm wearing a jacket, dude. His ears aren't even red, bro. Come on, dude. Oh, but it feels like 29. No, dude, it's fucking below freezing. The heat index says it feels like 29 because it's sunny. Bro.
18 feels like 27 is like negative 30. Okay. It is very cold. But it isn't as cold as you would think because the sun is like always glaring on you. You have to be careful because it'll just like burn the crap out of your skin and you can feel it burning your skin. Okay. So I can assure you this is where we are.
Why do I like, okay, I apologize for like I did have some animosity against him before, but why do I still hate this motherfucker, dude? Like, I don't know.
This part is probably the most fascinating is just like how far out, look how far out you can see. Just like vastness. It looks super flat, by the way.
Look how far out you can see. What I would do is take my camera and run out that motherfucker south and just keep going and see how long it takes for them to stop me. And get the skidoo, bro. Let's get the skidoo and get some extra gas when these dumbass motherfuckers are asleep. And let's see how far we can get this before they stop us. That's what the fuck I'd have done. Now you know why they didn't take me, dude. Now you know why they didn't take me. They didn't even invite me. But, you know, Will Duffy said that they invited the Globe Busters, so that kind of by default means they invited me, and I turned them down. You know, I'm too busy worrying about stupid things like, you know, a place to fucking live. You know, I don't have the luxury of deciding which continent I'm going to summer.
I need a 5x5 before I keep talking. Make sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah, you got a 5x5. Red on the head like a dick on a dog.
You at least say there's no ice ring around Earth? No, I'm gonna say that. 5x5? Okay, we're good. How would I know that? But like I'm gonna address some of the things which I've told Globe Earthers this for 2-3 years now. The way they go about the conversation is so detrimental to their side. They say stuff like, flat earthers say you can't go here. Ha 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 ha. They say, no, they don't. No, they don't. I've never said that. Flat earthers don't say that. Flat earthers say you can't freely.
Well, you probably need to coach your globe-tard buddies on how to argue for the globe. I'm sure you do that in your spare time anyway. They've probably been paying a nominal fee for your expertise in how to globe cuck properly, right? I'll be right back. I gotta get another cold beer. Y'all get a drink. Be right back. Hiya, papaya. Oh, I forgot my beer. I got my cigarette, but I forgot my beer. I'll be back. I'm so coming, y'all. Dude, I love Corona Extra with limes. It's just something about it. I gotta shut my door. I'm gonna piss my roommates off. Hold on. Shit. Okay. All right.
Privately go here, and if we say we can't go to check, that's what we're talking about. And we didn't freely and privately explore on this trip either, believe it or not. Okay, we are in an approved location now. I will
And you're
tell you
cool
this:
with that?
that while flying over it, the sun is going to totally just burn my face during the stream. I might turn it around in a second.
While flying over
But
it.
when we flew over it, you can see, well, dude, there's not going to be a lot of free and private exploration anyway. It's insane. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I'm gonna turn this way for a second because the sun is so intense, bro.
Say what you mean. What is he talking about? Like, get the point. What is the point, dude?
Yeah. So it was definitely one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
Like incredible.
Have you ever seen a bearded clam?
Like if you see that and don't think there's a crater, it's wild. Okay. Amazing. Worth it for the flight alone. But it's one of the scariest things that you've ever seen. Right? Like the idea that plane had gone down. We've been done. I mean, it's just miles and miles of ice and mountains with snow and ice. And
so you went through all that to fucking take some shill shots and then come home, turn around and come home? You didn't even take the Skidoo south, dude? Like Matt Boylan, fucking 6 ships, man. 6 ships. Antarctica.
when you first get in there, there's tons of water. We went over the peninsula entrance, so we wouldn't have seen an ice shelf or anything, right? That's the place that it was obviously higher.
What is this motherfucker talking about, dude? I'm sorry.
In the water, but by not a ton, and it's kind of marshy in that sense. There's tons of water.
Oh, dude, he's hopped up on them goofball pills. Is that what it is? Ah, dude, he's hopped up on them goofball pills. I get it. Shooting salad.
Mixed
Okay.
in with the land. So that was somewhat disappointing because we do know there are tons of ice shelves. Highest average elevation in the world.
We do know, so we know, yeah, but you just didn't see them. So what? What is the point? Why didn't you take the Skidoo south, dude, to the Iron Republic, man? Find the giants. Take Banjo with you. No, I mean, I think there's probably something to that, but you didn't even try to steal the Skidoo? Dude, that's some straight non-balling ass, non-snogging, non-smoking bullshit, dude.
Admittedly, but whatever. The reason it's not crazy cold is because there's no wind. And we're surrounded by mountains for the most part.
It's crazy cold. It's so cold, I'm not shivering. And it's so cold, and there's not even any wind, and the sun is burning your skin, and the shadow angles intersect locally. Ooh, wow. What a fucking liar, dude.
And so it just blocks out a lot of the wind. If there was wind here, I would be so miserable. Oh my gosh. All the people at the camp said that it's been terrible weather for 2 months, and then the day before we get here, just beautiful. And that's a blessing. Probably not a coincidence. So obviously,
you see him grinding his jaw, dude. This dude skeeted, bro, and I'm kind of an expert. Okay, I grew up in Orlando in the '90s. Bro's on that ski, dude. No wonder he's got them mirror glasses. He's just starting to kick in. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a drain anytime now.
Yeah, tons of people are saying that this is proof of a globe and all that, and it's not. But it is a data point that matches the globe. It's a single data point, but
no, it's not. It's a single data point that disagrees with the bullshit AE model. That's it. It doesn't jive with the globe. Okay, it jives with the globe in theory, but the globe is dead. The globe has been long dead, dude. I wrote its motherfucking effigy, dude. Or what is that? Is that effigy? Is that what it is? Yeah, I wrote the globe's effigy, bro. Yeah. Dude, the globe is deader than ever, like I said. And to say that there's a data, yeah, there are data points that suggest that Santa Claus is real too. Witsit, Getsit. Why don't you mention those instead? I can't believe it, dude. I just can't believe this shit.
definitely matches the globe. I'm sitting here looking at it.
Your face definitely matches the globe.
So I'm just gonna say, like, dude, for the people, like, it's just so insane. You guys sound so insane when you say stuff like, "This is all a lie," and we're all using.
You sound like a psychiatrist when you talk like that. I'm just saying, you sound like a fucking shrink, dude.
Green screens or whatever.
This eye has been twitching. If y'all rewind for the last 5 minutes since I've started responding to this guy, whoever the fuck this dude is, dollar store version of somebody, I don't know who, from Florida, my fucking eye will stop twitching, dude. I hate that.
Dude, Will had left his green screen filter on, his virtual background on, that he uses in his streams. It just has TFP as the back.
Don't you love how he's defending Will Duffy? Like one of the least defendable people in the world, dude. In the fucking world. And you're defending him? Like, for you, I hope it wasn't that much. If they gave you the same amount that they gave Jaren, they're a pack of fools, dude. I gotta pee. I'm going to pee real quick, you guys. I'm not storming off. I forgot to pee earlier. Okay, we back. Okay, we back. Background
all over the place. So when Jonathan...
Did he just say he's on that crack all over the place? I know, dude. I know.
Set up there, and he had green on his shirt. It started glitching out and showing that because he forgot to take off that filter. Okay, that's all that it was. It didn't show Antarctica.
And, you know, it is kind of funny how there were 2 different shades of green that were being affected by the same filter. It's almost as if they inserted and overlaid that shit in there on purpose, dude. Why would they do that? Why would they insert that shit and overlay it on purpose? Unless that's going to be their plausible deniability. So when everybody starts talking about fakery and green screens and, you know, these high dollar sets, right? That's when they're going to show that the shit was overlaid and they're going to prove that that one point was bullshit. The flurpers don't know what they're talking about. And so it debunks all the rest of their claims too. We're not talking about the green screen chroma key glitches, overlays and inserts, masks. We're talking about the fact that you guys are a pack of shills, dude. That's what we're saying.
On his jacket, it showed TFE. So if you know how green screens work at all, you would instantly know that that wasn't, you know, it's kind of
Like,
insane.
they already have their narrative, like, for that, right? They're all orchestrated. These motherfuckers are not as smart as they think they are. I think Will Duffy let the money get to his head, right? He made a lot of money preaching in a small church or wherever the fuck his story is. Made tons of money as a small preacher in Denver or whatever, wherever he's at. And so it got to his head because he's got a lot of yes men basically constantly fellatioing him, you know, verbally and hypothetically and probably literally, because that's how these dudes roll, I think. But he let it get to his head, and so he actually thought that this shit was gonna fly. Dude, I love Barbara Streisand more and more by the day, dude.
Did a stream where they were like showing the drone fly back super far and multiple angles and walking around. But, you know, I'm sitting right here telling you that it's real. And so if all this
yeah, and I like your word means pretty much less than nothing to me. Like I would believe, you know, those guys that do the 3 balls on the corner in New York and like they try to get you to bet money. I believe that motherfucker and the dude that I just saw win $50 quicker than I believe you, dude. Just saying. And it don't have nothing to do with my mistake about thinking that you were like a fucking asshole, right? Because I did make a mistake. I thought you were a fucking asshole for all the wrong reasons, dude, for sure.
A sudden, I'm an actor, I'm a shill, whatever. You're just ridiculous. Okay, everyone knows. You know.
That was so believable too, because when you're not a shill, it's ridiculous.
But I'm not. And
yeah, convincing, dude, convincing. I think bro needs a like one of those Oscars. Give that motherfucker an Oscar, dude. He's like one of the best.
I think that behavior is just laughably lame, and I don't care about being in a community.
Not just lame, but laughably lame. Ha 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 ha! You're so lame.
With people like that, anyway. So.
Yeah, we don't want to be a community, in a community with people like that too, either, bro.
Now, I definitely understand people being skeptical, and when you see the green screen,
flat earthers skeptical? No. Flat earthers ain't skeptical. They're just not fucking stupid, dude.
Glitch. I definitely can understand people being like, what in the world? But there's the explanation. Okay. So
there's the explanation. Whatever happened to being excited about being in Antarctica? Like, you're one of the few, like, handfuls of people that gets to go there on a yearly basis, right? And yet the excitement is reserved for convincing us that you're there. Sounds like some chill shit to me, dude.
We are sitting here in Antarctica. It's incredibly quiet. I feel like everyone within miles could hear me live streaming. Incredibly peaceful, incredibly quiet. There's absolutely a huge landmass that has been undisturbed, largely undisturbed, with just tons and tons of ice.
Like,
and it's
okay. I don't have any proof for this, but I do have a bit of a gift. And that involves, it's kind of like a bullshit-o-meter, right? So like, if you like it's like a metal detector, but instead of detecting metal, it's like a bullshit-o-meter. Dude, and my bullshit-o-meter is like off the fucking charts with this guy, dude. Like, and you know, I forgive him for not being that guy that was cucking to the doctor on that stream. So I don't hate him for that anymore. But that beard, dude, that fucking beard, dude.
Pretty crazy. Okay. We got here. While we were flying, the sun popped around seemingly the other side of our plane. We weren't quite able to see enough to know anything. We land. Since then, the sun, which is now right up here, okay, has just been doing circles. Sun has just been doing circles, bro.
And I know somebody that's been doing some hot rails.
That's objectively what it does here. It's just a fact. That's why we came here. We came here and we proved it. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's burning my skin. I've put solar filters on. 4 of us have put solar filters on.
Yeah, he's skeeting his ass off, dude. That motherfucker's on them goofball pills. I tried to tell you, bro. I tried to tell you. I mean, it's probably that good shit too, for real. And you can kind of tell. Like, I'm kind of getting a contact buzz just looking at this motherfucker from 2 weeks ago.
Images of solar filters showing the sunspots. We have to compare them based on the time and the course.
Have you ever heard him talk so chill like that? Motherfucker's on that methamphetamine, boy.
Flying latitude to see if they match. Because obviously, I did see Joe Hamby's model, and it's very interesting. And I'm just seeing if those spots actually.
Dude, if he was to take those glasses off right now, his pupils would be like goddamn, like they cut a hole in a fucking block of ice a mile deep.
But they claim that it should. But this is the thing. This should be a very simple concept that I shouldn't have to explain, but apparently I do. Truth doesn't fear investigation, so no one should have been against us going here. Because
no, nobody was against you going there. People were against you going there under the pretenses that you did, making complete fools of us all, and going along with this narrative that was clearly designed to be a caricature assassination of all of us, all these people that you supposedly represent. And, you know, I didn't vote for you. That's all I'm saying. Probably never would. It's like, you know, the choice between Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and a ham sandwich. I'm going with the ham sandwich. But you know, between you and the ham sandwich, dude, that ham sandwich has already been gone, bro, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I did not vote for this guy. You don't represent me. And I don't like your fucking beard too.
It's an additional data point. It's like trusted sources going and documenting something that we haven't had like reliable documentation of. And
Right. So why have y'all been going around making positive claims about something that we have no documentation of, except for all the people in places like Tasmania and Australia and motherfucking Argentina, not to mention all the people that don't even speak English, right? What?
You would ask the question, why they faked it so much? Why wasn't there so much of it? Well, good question. I mean, some people run the conspiracy idea out that they did that so that at one point it could
Dude,
be.
they were on that good shit, bro. I'm just saying. On that good shit, bro. Like, I kind of wish I would have gone to Antarctica now.
Be shown and they could say, see, flat earth is wrong or whatever, and flat earthers took the bait. There are, I mean, the guy that faked the other one, he said the editor did it because it thought it looked better. Who knows? Maybe that's true. When you come
This dude is shooting salad, bro. Dude is shooting salad, dude.
here and you travel all the way here, for example, like I'm exhausted. That's why I haven't live streamed yet. And right now I'm so tired. I fell asleep right before I did this on accident.
No, you're not. You're skeeting, dude. He's not tired at all. Dude is skeeting, bro. Hopped up on goofball pills, trying to convince us he's tired.
For like 20 minutes. I barely had any sleep after traveling for like 24 straight hours. No sleep. Then I come here and some like
Brandon
no
is
sleep.
goes to sleep. Got his fucking jaw.
And travel all the way here. And now we're staying up for 24 hours. So 9:30 tonight, right?
Yeah.
To document the sun and only getting like a couple hours of sleep here and there in shifts.
Dude, get your cranked up ass on the skidoo and head south, bro. Let's get it up. Let's get going.
So it's been like crazy. If someone goes through all that traveling, say from the US, and they come here, they're coming here to do something. They're coming here to get in planes, to skydive, to have the plane take them around and show them stuff. They're not coming here to do this. This is like a whole thing. Now someone may just drop down a 360 cam and walk away and then come back and check it. Someone may put a camera up and if they
and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Just saying.
Work here, maybe they would do that, you would think. But I can understand why there's not tons being here. It's just like, I don't know. Now, if it wasn't for this conversation, I would just be like, wow, that's a trip. And I would have moved on. It's the trip.
Yeah, that's that good shit, dude. I'm just saying. Now I kind of wish I would have, totally wish I would have gone. Damn.
You don't know what time it is. Like right now, I only know it's almost 5 because I'm looking at the clock. Like you could tell me that it was 8 in the morning. I'd be like, okay, sounds legit. Like it's pretty crazy. Okay, so there's a few pieces of advice. I want to walk you around. I want to show you every.
Oh, so you know what I just got from the ether? There's no way. There's no way this is true, but wouldn't it be funny if he got double what Jaren got?
Everyone that's a fan of truth should be happy that we're here doing this. Okay, we have tripod. We have another camera tracking the sun.
Easy money, dude. Easy money. I mean, you can't blame him, right? Can't blame him. Way easier money than flurfing. You know, me personally, I'd rather store my treasures in heaven.
Another camera tracking the sun. 2 more cameras right here tracking the sun. Another camera tracking the sun. 2 more cameras tracking the sun. 2 more cameras over here. Another camera over here. You can point.
Hey, that dude is such a together person. And even though he's not hopped up on goofball pills, you could never tell that he was all kinds of high on them hot rails.
Off the P900, solar filter, pulling out the P900, infrared.
Allegedly, hypothetically, just kidding, for entertainment purposes only, in my personal opinion.
Taking pictures periodically from the outside of all this so you can clearly, or even videos, you can.
Like, this is when it's just starting to kick in. Like, he only dosed the shit like 15 minutes ago, right? And it's already starting to kick in. Like, I bet you after 48 minutes and 38 seconds, he's just gonna have to wrap it up at that point, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. I haven't seen this yet.
Fact check. My 360 needed like a firmware update, so I wasn't able to use it. But that was going to just show the outside view of all the cameras while they did it, and the
I'm literally getting a contact buzz just
sun. So you could have watched time fact check.
Sitting
Like,
here.
okay, that happened. But
3 weeks
360
later.
cams, the way they worked is they're spliced together intrinsically, so someone can always say anything's fake if they want to. This one right here has a solar filter on. It's tracking the entire time. I actually got to give mad props to Dave Mckeegan. He like
mad props to Dave Mckeegan. Yeah, dude. Wow. I guess Dave Mckeegan's the plug now. Is that the deal?
Forced himself to stay up.
Give me his number, I guess, because South Kakalaka ain't hitting on shit, dude. Let me tell you.
And make sure that completes, because he's had to slightly make sure it stays in tune.
I guess you got to go to Antarctica and hang out with globetards to get the decent shit anymore, huh?
The whole time. And so, that's pretty impressive. So that's going to be one of the most valuable ones. Obviously, a solar filter tracking it the entire time. So there's shots.
And it's fine. Like, dude, get high, bro. That's cool. But don't play the role like you're above that. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, dude. People have been getting high since before civilization was a thing, long before NASA. But to like get on your high horse and to pretend like you don't be getting high while you're hopped up on goofball pills? Really?
It's a bit. The 24-hour sun everywhere, all over this place. I don't see how someone can be upset about that. And that's why I was so delirious, and I still am. That my title, I was like dozing off while I was typing the title. That I misspelled the title, but
dude, you should have just not done this one, bro. Honestly, like when you realized how good that shit was after 15 minutes and 30 seconds, and you're already shooting salad, you should have wrapped it up, dude.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for flat Earth, and it is.
Yeah, one giant leap for this motherfucker's hopped up on goofball pills.
Because it's one giant leap for any pursuit of truth, you would think. And yeah, so that's where we are. I'm going to look at your questions in a second, but I would encourage people just to kind of chill, because
I was kind of kidding at first. I got to roll me a cigarette, y'all. I am out of cigarettes. I got to get my rolling machine and shit. I'll be right back. Dude, this is fucking gold. Absolute fucking gold, dude. See, I didn't know fucking Witsit be getting down like that. I probably would have been like way more hanging out with dude before. I mean, really, I left hard drugs behind a long time ago, you guys. Truth be told, I do smoke my pod, and occasionally I'll have a beer, and once in a while the shrooms don't kill you. And honestly, I've always loved cocaine, but you can't get cocaine anymore. It's like very hard to come by, so I just don't fuck with it. And everything else is fentanyl, so I just stick with the damn methadone clinic, But if it turns out that the globetards are now the plug, I guess I'm in the wrong fucking camp, dude. For real. I'll be right back, y'all. I do need to roll a cigarette. Let me get my rolling tray and shit. Wow. Wowzers. Sorry, y'all. I be a smoker, dude. Vaping just don't get it for me. Like I like vaping the hash oil, honestly, but I like cigarettes, dude. You know, and it's a bad addiction, but yeah, the vape just doesn't do it for me, man. And I lost a friend to vaping, for the record. Dude had smoked cigarettes and cigars for years. He was way older than me. And he started vaping to quit smoking cigarettes. And he was just vaping water. He wasn't even vaping like the nicotine juice, right? But he ended up getting sinus cancer real bad. And I mean, I guess, you know, you can't say that it was because of vaping, but it happened after he quit smoking the cigarettes and cigars and started vaping. And then he did the whole chemo and the whole radiation thing. This was a big dude, like 6'2" dude, big guy, healthy, funny motherfucker, good guy. He worked for me, like family, you know. And the doctors told him that he was cancer free, and so he was like celebrating and stuff. This was right around the time I had my car accident. And he was actually, this dude was going to chemo and radiation, lost all his hair, lost like 100 pounds. And he took me to my chiropractor appointments for like months. Every time, he never missed one. And he was cancer free, or so they told him, but then it came back, and they were wanting to put him through chemo and radiation again. And he said, nah, I'm not going to do that. He said, fuck it. And he said, I'm not going to eat or drink nothing either. And he just said, fuck it. He just died. Right. But, you know, the thing is, I don't want to get my YouTube channel deleted, but there are cures for cancer, natural cures. And it's just a shame that there's just so much money in disease. You know what I mean? Because people do care about their health, and for some reason they trust doctors in the cancer industry. Anyways, all right, back to it.
Like truth doesn't fear investigation. It's becoming kind of laughable at this point. You can understand from my
There with
perspective.
that drain. Yeah, they do see he's getting the drains, dude. It's like, now's when you wrap it up. Yep. Okay. Ski. Wrap it up, dude.
It just sounds insane. Sounds insane. And like, I understand the skepticism, but it's like, that's why we came. That's why I came, bro, was to
It
try
sounded good in his head when he was saying it, but I bet you now that he's like watching this as he's not all hopped up on goofball pills, he's like, what the fuck was I saying, dude? And like Jaren's like, why would I listen to this guy? And like the superiors are like, God damn, we paid him double? What?
to get rid of that, to help you. And now all these people now,
and my eyes twitching,
that have known me for years, all of a sudden, like, I'm a shill, I'm an actor. What a joke. Okay.
I never thought that about you. I thought you were an asshole. I just didn't really like you. Okay, but I never had any problems with you until now. I mean, I kind of had a problem with you after the Bob Memorial thing, and that was wrong, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. But you're still a fucking asshole, though, anyway.
No, there's been tons
Just
of
saying.
people that are just like truth seekers in the community that were actually super excited I was going, praying for me to be safe. And they're happy and thankful that I came.
Dude,
and so shout out
bro, did y'all bring back some of that shit from Antarctica for real? Like, honestly, dude, if y'all ever make your way to South Carolina, hit me up. Globetards too, I don't care.
I will do.
Dude, there's a lot of people that would be loving to see y'all motherfuckers around here right now, let me tell you.
live streams until we leave. Like I said, we're getting a bunch of people to take solar filter shots. So,
oh my god, dude, that really, like, seriously, that's like probably almost as good as the shit that we had in 1998, right before New Year's. Like, honestly, almost that good.
if you're going to, kind of give me a heads up, and I'll try to take a shot at the same time. We can compare. Anyone that sees this that's further northern latitude, as close to 80 north latitude as you can, reach out to me on Telegram, connect with us so we can like correspond and get the the sunspots.
Yeah,
See if they match the globe.
Horse trying to get the sunspot. Yeah.
Which way they should be flipped over, as if we were on the bottom of a globe.
What the fuck? What, dude? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I'm drinking, but that motherfucker is lit, dude.
So yeah, there's that.
It's drains much. Ah,
it's gonna be very interesting to see if they just flip vertically or if they also flip.
You should have waited to do the stream, dude. You should have waited till you fucking cleared out a little bit, man. You know what I mean?
Left to right, which will help give some insight maybe into Joe Hanvey's idea. Which, of course, if you haven't seen it, he assumes waters above and a firmament.
And we're in Antarctica talking this shit. I don't believe you at all, bro. This is not the level of shit you talk in Antarctica, bro. And at least, you know, at least we can tell he's so cold because it's so cold. 17 feels like 22 or whatever.
Which then acts as a reflective surface, and it creates a little, like apparent sun that goes the opposite direction. So if you take the light source and move it over the entire flat Earth, like a map, then on the outside, the little sun goes the opposite way and stays up for 24 hours. And as you move the camera over, that person that was, say, on the other side would also see the.
When did the cartels start shipping all the good shit to Antarctica?
Same thing. So it's very interesting.
So much more interesting than being in Antarctica.
And it makes the star trails do the opposite rotation as well. So I don't know if that is what it's happening.
There you have it, folks. Straight from the Witsit bits of spider's mouth.
Okay. So I think that while we're here, it's probably a good time to try to test it. Okay, I'm gonna read your guys' chats, but yeah, and shout out to the people that try to support.
Why are you such a douche? Let's hear it in the chat, you guys. Why is dude such a douche?
For the trip. I know like a lot of people that did weren't able to because Cash App was rejecting it, which is unfortunate and slightly coincidental. Let's see.
Oh, did you see them? Dude, like it's like flashlights out from behind the fucking glasses. Do y'all see that? Hold on, bro. Hold on. We got to take that motherfucker into Photoshop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, we're gonna have to take that motherfucker into Photoshop, bro. What is that, dude? What is that? Oh, wait a minute. Fucking deadlights, bro. Like at the end of fucking It. Deadlights, Mikey. Deadlights. Hold on. Let me share my Photoshop with y'all so I'm not like doing this all by myself. Maybe we were not streaming that whole time. I don't know, man. I need a new computer so bad, you guys. It's ridiculous. Damn, dude. That motherfucker eye is pinprick, homie. Do you see that? I know the resolution starts to break down a little bit. Wow, that's way too far. Okay, I'm lagging. Shit, I'm sorry. I did not mean to super zoom that far in. Wow, dude. Wow. Is his eyeball shape shifting? I'm sure it's just a compression glitch, but dude, that is kind of weird. Yeah, for all I know, I was not streaming that whole time. If that's the case, I'm sorry.
Clarification.
Okay, what I'm gonna have to do, y'all, because when I just went back to Riverside, it said your recording has stopped. For all I know, I've been streaming to the fucking ether for the last hour. I really have no idea. I'm just gonna have to end the stream. I need a new computer. I need a studio. I'm gonna play the damn Powerball. Maybe I'll hit the lottery, dude. Because I'm running out of options. But hopefully y'all enjoyed this. Like, I don't even know if y'all are even still there, but I think the stream may have died there for a long time. I really don't know. Can y'all tell me, was I off for a long time there? I don't know, man. Like, I have old data. Let me try to open up a tab. If I crash, if y'all can hear me and my computer crashes, dude, just give me a minute. I'll reload it and I'll be back. Let me see if I can check in on the chat here. I gotta pee again, dude. Them Corona extras, do it. Let me go pee again, dude. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it's been like kind of a thing, but I need more cerveza too. Uno más cerveza, un momento, por favor. Oh, dude. If you guys are still there, you're really in for a treat, let me tell you. Hold on, I gotta put my boot in front of the door. No, if you guys are still there, you're in for a treat because I've hit my bell curve beer, dude. So, like, let me see if y'all are still here first before I go on. Excuse me. I'll be glad to get a new computer, man, one day, maybe. I'm getting to the chat, you guys. I'm trying. Like, I am trying my damnedest. There we go. I'm coming in the chat right now, you guys. I just need to make sure that they have. Was I offline for a long time? Are y'all still here? I have no idea. We'll get right back to it. I just need to make sure that we're still on. We're fine. Okay, good. Thank you, Rocket. Appreciate you, man. See, I have no way of knowing. All right, thank you. Let me close this out. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a class on how to fucking YouTube one of these days, dude. For real. Like maybe one of those online tutorials or something, so I'll know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Here we go. Back to it. And in case y'all didn't know it, clearly this motherfucker be on that good shit, dude. Like, you got to go all the way to Antarctica to get the good shit anymore? Really? Wow.
At this point, I've been here for over 24 hours. The sun has not set. I've personally been here since 4 p.m. yesterday.
We believe
the sun
you,
has not
dude.
set.
Like,
Not
there's
only has it not
video
set,
evidence of it. So why do you have to keep convincing people of that? Like, honestly, what I just said a minute ago when I said I believe you, I take that back. I don't believe you, bro. I don't. Sorry. Don't believe you.
Bro.
And
It's
you're a
like,
bad
it stays
actor.
pretty high up in the sky. Now the question is,
And you're a
is it
bad
too
actor,
high?
okay? So even though I fucking didn't like you because I thought you were Stone Cold Steve Austin or whatever, that was wrong and I'm sorry. But now I don't like you for all the right reasons.
Good question. Let's check that. Angles. But it seems like I can't compare where we are.
Yeah, and okay, because you just reiterated that again for the fourth time or whatever, I extra double dog don't believe you, bro. Sorry. I don't believe you, man. I'm just saying.
Did the sun make it to the horizon? No. Interesting that you're looking at the sun and I'm looking at the sun in New Jersey. Yeah. Why did the temperature drop so much after midnight? Good question. I'm not sure. I don't think it should. I don't think it should do that. But
Okay, so dude just said, I'm seeing the sun and I'm in New Jersey. He blew that off. I am glad that he finally did raise his glasses a bit, because all we had was that other shot.
for allegedly. As I can confirm 100%, no questions asked at where we are. There is a 24
I don't believe you, bro.
100%.
And who was asking? That was still his soliloquy, right? So he was debating the ether.
Did the sun make it to the horizon? No. Interesting that you're looking at the sun and I'm looking at the sun in New Jersey. Yeah. Why did the temperature drop so much after midnight? Good question. I'm not sure. I don't think it should. I don't think it should do that, but
Who gives a fuck what you think shit should do anyway? I don't get it. Whatever.
okay, it has a lot to do with elevation angle. So the idea being that the angle that the light comes in through the atmosphere is going to drastically affect the heat distribution, thermal distribution, which does make sense.
Well, whoop-de-fucking-do.
That's to be predictable, of course. It is. You would say, yeah, no problem. It's just brilliant propaganda, folks. Brilliant. What are you
Hey,
talking
bro,
about?
at least the chat be on
What is that
point,
supposed to
dude.
mean?
You gotta love the netizens, bro. The netizens ain't stupid, dog. You know what, man? Never forget, dude. Never forget.
Good for you to have you to see intellect, honestly. Dude, I've always tried to be intellectually honest.
And anybody who says
Where's the
that
moon? It's way too
is
far away.
definitely telling the truth. It could, because you say that, then it's true, right? Because there never has been somebody that was intellectually dishonest that claimed otherwise, right?
What's the angle and direction of the sun right now? Because you don't know. The
If
angle
it's
right now
coming
has to be
through that
close
I
to
really
30
don't like this
degrees.
motherfucker, I'm sorry. My objectivity is a bit jaded. And maybe even for partially the wrong reasons. I'm trying to let some of that shit go because it wasn't him that pissed me off last year. But still, hogging all the fucking goofball pills for yourself in Antarctica, that's low, dude. That's fucking low, dude.
I think that's probably close to 30 degrees. And it's roughly 293 west. 293 west, roughly 30-degree elevation angle for the person that asked. The sun is so intense. So not only is the sun here, it's intense. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's so intense that there's permafrost.
I knew instantly it was the real sun.
And so can I. I can feel it all the way here in South Carolina 4 weeks later, dude. And that's pretty impressive. when a contact buzz works through space and time like that, you know that was the good shit, dude.
You know. Let's see.
It kind of looks like he's been burning the candle at both ends, right? Like the bags under the eyes and stuff. And how old is this dude? He's like in his late 40s, right? And I'm being 100%. I don't know. Like I guess he's in his late 40s, isn't he? And so, with that kind of bags under your eyes in your late 40s, that's pretty bad, bro. It's pretty bad. I mean, I guess it's because they're so tired. They've been up for 24 hours, burning the candle at both ends. But you know, sometimes you just got to, you got to have, like for truckers, it's no-dos, caffeine pills, mini thins, that kind of thing. And for flirters, it's fucking goofball pills.
Roughly, well, he's gave up. Yeah, roughly, that's right. Because I'm not about to make a legitimate elevation angle measurement right now while I'm reading.
No, just ask a globetar to do it for you, like Jaren did.
I guarantee you that that's extremely accurate prediction that the elevation angle.
Fucking Nostradamus over here.
Oh, they're supposed to be further away. What, during winter? Yeah. So the people that turn their turn back to keep up the great job.
Yeah, it was so funny. I pop into the Flat Earth Debate channel, Nathan Oakley, from time to time. Love those guys. They can be a little bit prickly, but it's all love there. Witsit came on there bragging about how noble he was, how he was the only flurfer noble enough to go. One of the only flurfers noble enough to go. And my thing is, that's kind of a self-defeating claim. It's like somebody bragging about how humble they are, right? Like, it's a self-defeating claim. But, thank God that we have flurfers so noble as to dive headfirst into a false dichotomy and fake Antarctica.
Yeah, thanks, man. No worries.
Hopped up on goofball pills, no less. Dude, hogging all the good shit for yourself.
On 24 hours a day, yeah, it's frozen all the time. Yeah. I asked the Glovers about this. I've had to try to help them still, man. I don't really know. I was say like the water.
That's Witsit, man.
Elevation, the only way I
Ever trying to help the Globers understand by shooting a bunch of salad, dude. Nice.
That's so different.
Better make them Globers understand. Just throw out a bunch of fucking salad, dude.
Like, cool. She made that song in like a day. Like, boom, so shout out to guy. So, yeah, I mean, it's been an experience, man. It's been pretty crazy. I'm extremely tired. I'm honestly ready for this 24. I've already seen the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We've been here for stay in the sky.
It almost seems like that was one of the director's editorial points. Like, okay, you guys, everybody is so tired because they've been up for 24 hours, right? Everybody's so tired because the sun's been up and they've been up for 24 hours. And like they go inside the little shack and all the Globetrotters are like, bing, 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 like Grand Central fucking Station, right? Yeah. Incongruency much?
It's 100%.
And when something's true, usually a person doesn't say it's 100% true like 50 fucking times in the same 20-minute video, dude. I'm just saying. Like, if it's true, shut the fuck up about it.
Here, when we talked to some of the people that worked here and we were asking them, they're just like so nonchalantly like, nah, it stays in the sky. And then like, so here's the bathrooms, like it's not some grand conspiracy.
Here's the bathrooms. Here's the bathrooms. Yeah, that proves it. What a fucking idiot, dude.
What's that you want to say? Yeah, you guys say hey to my boy Mark. That's Candace Owens' director.
Well, I gotta say, man, I'm a big fan of Candace Owens. I really am. But I gotta tell you, if she comes out cucking for the Globe, it's on, bitch. And I love her to death. I really do. And I'm gonna say no more about that. But part of me kind of hopes that Candace Owens comes out cucking for the Globe, dude. I really do. As much as I love her, and I really kind of do think she's one of the good ones, but I think that there's probably something that Candace Owens needs to like get off of her chest, and that way these people won't have any sort of manipulation leverage over her. I really hope that Candace Owens does not come out a cucking for the Globe. I hope Candace Owens comes out admitting something that she's had on her chest for a long time. But I'm not going to hold my breast.
And people are saying we're not actually in Antarctica.
I'm making sure that. Okay, you should be good.
All right, so I don't know how well this will make sure it blocks my family. Should be able to see.
It proves. There you go.
Antarctica.
There's the proof. It says it on his phone, Antarctica. Well, then we've seen it all, folks. Because people that have big name brand platforms on the internet, there's no possible way that they could be, pushed up and propped up by like the beast system. Never would happen in a million years that even people like Candace Owens could potentially be manipulated by some dirt that they might have on her, right? Nobody has any dirt on Candace Owens because she is one of the good ones. I mean, I do believe it. Motherfucker is on point on most of her shit.
Sharing from this iPhone.
And what I'm saying has nothing to do with transpocalypse at all.
Let's zoom out. Internet's not the best. But we are actually in Antarctica.
That's all the proof I needed to see.
It is cold.
And honestly, even
Very
if
cold.
dude is 100% legit, like, is there even a potentiality that they could have taken these people to someplace other than Antarctica? I mean, I think even that potential exists, right? But, people that have big platforms that are worth like multi-millions of dollars, there are lots of vectors of attack that can keep these people from telling the truth on certain things. And there's a lot of money involved. So like hypothetically, if they paid Jared $5 million, and hypothetically, if they paid Witsit $10 million, then Candace Owens' director would have got like $150 million. For real. Hypothetically, for entertainment purposes only, this is just shit I'm making up off the top of my head. Okay. But my point is like if Jaren's worth $5 million and Red on the Head like a dick on a dog is worth 10, then Candace Owens' producer is worth like 15 times more than that. At least.
Can they hear you? They say they can only see it.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
We're here. It's not a green screen.
We are so here, you guys. We are so here. Believe us. Believe us. We're so here. It says it on my phone, which could never be fake. See, proof. Straight from the Globetards. Woof. That's almost as big a poof as Triangles Mckeegan has. Fuck's sake, dude. Painful.
Sun didn't set. There's a plane about to land, actually.
Yeah.
So
because this guy is like one of the smartest people I've ever seen in my life, and he has all his faculties about him, believing that he lives stuck to the side of a spinning sphere in outer space, violating all natural laws and all laws of physics. innately, yeah, he's really got his shit together because he's a millionaire. Yeah, because money is the only metric of a person's worth. Don't y'all know shit?
Can't. I don't know. Our budget's not that big.
Their budget is way bigger than you think. What is Candace Owens worth? I'm not going to bog down my computer, but what is Candace Owens' empire worth? I'm wondering. And, you know, the modesty is flattering, right? But it just seems kind of disingenuous when you're talking about Candace Owens' producer, talking about he really doesn't have much of a budget. These people are multi-millionaires, dude. I believe. Let me just not be wrong here. I don't want to YouTube search Candace Owens' empire's worth. Let's just get the Wikipedia default answer. What is Candace Owens' net worth? Okay, Candace Owens has a net worth of $5 million. Okay. For the record, $5 million is more money than most people will see in a lifetime. Okay, that's her net worth, though. Surely she has production companies that are not attributed to that. Okay, so even if you just go with her net worth, even if this was just a pet project of Candace Owens, hypothetically, she could throw hundreds of thousands of dollars at something that was important to her, and it wouldn't be like that big of a deal, right? It might hurt on, I don't know, some level, but to say that you don't have a budget when, you know, we are talking about something that NASA would love to get on board with. I don't know, man. Like, as much as I love Candace Owens and her producer seems like a decent guy, it wouldn't be that hard to trick him, and it wouldn't be that hard to blackmail these people into, you know, leveraging some hypothetical dirt that people could have on, you know, someone like Candace Owens. I can't think of anything it could possibly be. I mean, I can think of one major thing that it might be, but I don't want to speculate, you know?
How crazy would it be to do that? We got 360 of like the most amazing mountains that we can send drones back.
But
like
we know why these people are
yards.
not professional actors, right? Because see, if they were professional actors, they'd be getting paid millions of dollars to do films. Okay, maybe I should cue the sound effect that goes wah, 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 right?
It's truly incredible.
Yeah. It's really incredible. It's so incredible, like
everyone, especially
it's
us.
so incredible. I turned my head twice. So incredible. Like that's the kind of shit you might do at the fucking Mexican restaurant at Epcot Center with the little raft ride around the pyramid. Oh, it's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's been awesome.
Yeah.
Man,
these people are so phony,
Good
dude.
dude.
I'm sorry.
Jaron too. Everyone's been super chill, so it's a good community. So even though I'm a Glober, I still love
Why
you
does
guys.
it feel like 80% of their effort was put towards convincing you that they're in Antarctica, convincing me? Like, am I wrong? Does it not seem like a lot of their effort, like a disproportionate amount of their effort was put towards like convincing us dumbass motherfuckers that they're there? Like if I'm in a place, the last thing on my mind is convincing you that I'm there. Like that is very strange to me, honestly. We are so here, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I am so here, it's not even funny. No, dude, I am so here like I wasn't even here before, but I'm here now. No, like really?
Okay, I can still hang. I find the commonality, not the differences. So
Yeah, man.
we're all people, no matter what.
I mean, I disagree. We are not all people.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, Mark is super cool, man.
Hey, man, I hope it was a lot, dude. If you got paid, great, bro, great. It's a fucked up world to do without money, but what are you going to do when that dollar crashes? What are you going to do with all that worthless money? And like, even if you die way before the money becomes worthless, what are you going to do for eternity, dude? Wow.
Say this, dude. You know, everyone comes here and goes through all this. There's obviously some, it's like some
camaraderie.
Like,
what is a camaraderie?
I'm gonna try
what the fuck is a camaraderie? I've always wondered.
Switch back to this headphone here.
Dude, is that like honestly, is there some powder on his nose right there, or am I looking too deeply into this? There's the drains. Okay, yeah, so that's like
more live
20,
streams.
so 25 minutes in, that's like the last of the drains. So now, like, it's kicking in. I mean, I guess it depends on what he's taking, but yeah, like, there's no way that he can keep this stream up longer than another 23 minutes and fucking 15 seconds, which is exactly how long it goes for after this.
Guys, I'm so extremely tired though.
I bet.
It's pretty crazy how tired I am.
So tired that he's hopped up on goofball pills.
To be honest.
Like, hey, bro, you might can pull the wool over people's eyes on a lot of shit, but you're never going to tell me that motherfucker ain't high right there, honestly.
Yeah, and like another thing I'll say, bro, is, I mean, this kind of happens on both sides, but like, it's okay to be wrong about things.
And
like,
it's okay.
It's such this lame dynamic.
And it's also okay to be high in Antarctica, too. You know? Just admit it, dude. It's okay. You can admit it. Sometimes you get high in Antarctica, too. It's okay. You can admit it. Sometimes you get... No, I'm not going to do that.
Like that, if the other side was right about something or had to correct you on something, you can't admit it. This happens on both sides. It's like if a flat earther's right about something, or they point something out to a glober that they're wrong or misrepresenting their own model, they can't say that because flat earthers are so stupid they have to be wrong about everything. And so they just never admit they're wrong. They'll dig the hole.
Like, why aren't they using this time to say, like, wow, this is an interesting development? Because, you know, even though the Earth is measured flat, we still have some mysteries in the heavens. Like, this is an amazing opportunity to really figure out what's going on here. No, they want to, like, prove to you that they're here and convince you that they're here and say, like, how stupid you are for thinking that there was going to be a 24-hour sun. Wow, dude, like, y'all really should have thought this through a little bit more before you dove headfirst into this bullshit. And, like, that comment is more directed towards the likes of Will Duffy and not so much Witsit doesn't get it.
Oh, and they'll keep going down. Same thing over here, right? It's like flat earthers, if they're wrong about something, they just won't admit it. And flat earthers will just throw your hands up and say something's fake or whatever. It's all very stupid, you know? Like,
yeah, flat earthers are very stupid because they listen to people like you sometimes. And I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to disrespect you, flat earthers, but my heart's broken, dude. If you can't tell, my heart's kind of broke by all this. And not this fucking guy here, just the whole thing. Like, hopefully the Streisand effect has some oomph behind that motherfucker. You know what I mean?
People that are, for one, confidence. Okay.
You know, anybody that's confident in their intelligence is a fool. But I would say my confidence lies in the creator and also direct measurement. Like, there are certain things that we can objectively prove. You know, there is an objective reality. Sure, we all have our subjective interpretations of things, but, you know, this motherfucker just rubbed me the wrong way, dude. I'm sorry. We are almost done here. My wife has been trying to get me to wrap this up for like over an hour, but we're going to keep going because I get the feeling there's going to be some gold here. And hopefully I don't throw up all this Corona I've been drinking. Wouldn't that be nice?
Possible actually to not ever not know something. It's also okay to be wrong.
And it's also okay to be
I'm gonna move again, the sun.
a lying shillbag too.
Bless him, bro. I'm gonna wrap the stream for a second before I like get super burnt. It's okay to be wrong about something. It's okay to have to learn something. It's okay to not.
And you know, like that quote right there is just for the Globe-Tard news sketches, like the one we watched at the top of the stream. Like these quotes that they're saying that no flat earther would ever say in a million years. That's just for the sound bites. Like, you know, well done on that bit, you guys. Like, you really have done a good job of demonstrating just how shiltastic y'all motherfuckers are, for real. I hope you guys enjoy your time with the mainstream legacy media. 15 minutes of fame. And I hope it was a lot.
Very simple stuff. If you're intellectually honest, then you don't care about that. You should just be like grateful that you got to learn what you were wrong about. I thought there probably
Okay, but how
wasn't
much for an
24
8 ball though? Witsit gets it. How much for an 8 ball? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
hour sun down here. And I thought that because of all the super sketchy stuff that happened, where when we first came in here, we're like, where's the 24-hour sun?
Right. And but so why are people who shall not be named going on all the big name podcasts and mainstream media outlets saying that there is no, I can't say it just like Tigger, there is no fucking, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Why are they going around saying it if there is no evidence for it one way or the other, right? So yeah, you have your fucking azimuthal equidistant model, right? But other than that, all you have is like these obvious shill bags making claims about what the sun can and cannot do. I promise y'all, we're almost done here, but Jesus.
Like nothing online of the South. And so then we went and looked at the government webcams in Antarctica, and they would cut out 8 hours every day. We're like, oh, that's convenient. And then when we asked them why they did that, they said something about like bandwidth.
I love how he says we this, we that. You know, honestly, I remember when Jeranism put that video out about the cameras in Antarctica. Witsit Getsit's ass came on the scene like 5 years later. What is he talking about? We did this, we did that. Maybe I'm wrong, but this motherfucker was a globetard until like a few weeks ago, right? A couple months ago, dude was a globetard, right? So what is he talking about? We did this and we did that. It's almost like he's presenting himself as a knockoff version of some other flat earther from Florida or some shit. I don't know.
We're like, what? And just conveniently the 8 hours where the sun would have set. So we're like, this is super sketchy. And then
the one true thing this motherfucker said all day, and I'll use the quote, this is super sketchy. You damn right this is super sketchy. Your fucking face is super sketchy. Sorry, I'm going to pee again, y'all, and get me another beer. Oh, y'all are in for it, dude. Okay, so my bell curve beer, though. When I play pool better when I drink, up until my bell curve beer. I done hit my bell curve beer. That was it, number 4. So y'all are in for some shit. I'm going to get another beer, take a pee. I'll be right back. We'll finish this up. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. Even though I can't read it, I'm still feeling your vibes, man. Vibes. I'll be back. And no, I am not hopped up on goofball pills. This is how alcohol does me. And I do think I got a bit of a contact buzz from this crazy motherfucker right here. Cold beer. All right. Sorry, y'all.
We point those things out. Finally, there was a video that got posted and it was shared everywhere. And then run to the end and portrayed it as 24-hour continual footage. So we're like, this is super weird.
Wow, dude. Well, at least you got those ridiculous quotes for the fucking mainstream media, right? Like, if these people actually expected anyone to buy this shit, it's beyond me, dude.
Flat earthers.
And you know, the other day when I was saying, like, I can imagine a scenario where, like, there was a conversation internally where, like, you know, you've got like Jaren, Witsit, and the superiors like Will Duffy and these other guys. There's probably like some black robes and like Madonna's over here with pointy boobs, like shaking her ass and stuff, right? And Jeranism's like, well, you guys, like, people aren't gonna buy this. It's gonna flop. Like, this is not gonna work. And Will Duffy's over here like, listen, Jaren, it's just like, oh, it's like, we're gonna have to do a skit on this. Honestly, it would be so funny. Like, I can picture it. I just can't articulate it right now. But trust me, like, there's gold there.
Didn't think there was actually 24-hour sun here because of that. So, you know, it's like there is one. I'm standing right here. I can assure you.
Is that the 6th or 7th time that he assured you he's standing right there?
24-hour sun. And so now, like, just let it go.
You know, for the number of times
actually,
that these motherfuckers assured me that they're standing there, I don't know. Like, if somebody tells me 5 times that they're standing here, I'll believe them. But then after like the 6th and 7th time, it sort of starts to lose its luster. You know what I mean?
I you know, symptom of that. I think it's healthy skepticism to not just blindly believe anything. But what's not healthy is like intentional delusion and like ignoring what is true because of pride or cognitive dissonance or something.
And now, if he says I'm so standing here, it's not even funny, then I'm ending the stream right then. Honestly,
I was wrong. I would have said 80% easy that there wasn't one here. I never said I knew for.
It's not about knowing for a fact. How can you know for a fact some shit that you've never seen or never had a potentiality to see? No, what we're saying is you went around saying that certain things are not possible on a flat Earth when the Earth is measurably flat and you know it. That's some shill shit, and you failed. Your superiors failed, and ultimately Jeranism has failed because even I, like, dude, honestly, I would be the last one to be saying this shit, honestly. I kept my mouth shut for years, dude, years. But this is it, dude. That's it. I'm done. Keep my mouth shut. You've been very adamant against sobriety, dude, this whole time.
Like the 24-hour sunlight wouldn't work here on a flat Earth because that's just totally not true. But I've said the 24-hour sun would pose more of a problem, and I think that that's true, obviously, with the mainstream depiction.
Can you guys not tell how cold it is there? It is so cold. It is so cold there. The motherfucker is hopped up on goofball pills.
But there has already been someone that's kind of proposed.
Have you ever been so cold you get high on fucking ecstasy, dude?
Nate's with me. I don't know if it's true. Hopefully we can get some pieces of information before we leave here that'll help us figure that out. This is insane how freaking incentives.
And honestly, like if there is pure MDMA going around and it's only in Antarctica, y'all are some straight dicks, dude.
So yeah, it's kind of what I want to say that. And obviously, like I will say, for one, let's say that the Earth was a globe.
Let's say your face is retarded. Let's say that.
All the people that have been running around acting super crazy and insanely toxic for years about it, that are like now like taking some victory that whatever, like it, what? Like that would make you super lame,
Dude. It would make you so lame.
You know?
You would be like 10 shades less lame than this motherfucker right here. That's how lame you would be, dude.
Like you know, and toxic. So I would encourage those people.
Hey,
also to
bro,
kind of step back.
honestly, my next platform, I'm going to run on toxic, honestly, because this whole Mr. Nice Guy shit has just really gotten us nice guys nowhere, dude, honestly.
And consider their own behavior. And the same goes for FE. You know, they get caught up in this real tribal toxicity stuff, and then I think it's super lame. So Jaren and I knew that when we came here, there would be a group of people.
Did you think
no matter
maybe
what
you
happened,
could space your words out apart a little bit so that maybe we can tell the difference between one word and the next word? Dude, I'm 5 Coronas in, and like, bro, I got no tolerance for alcohol, and I am way less fucked up than you, and I'm like picking up contact vibes from this motherfucker 3 weeks ago, dude. 10,000 miles away or whatever. That's the good shit, honestly. Like anybody that argues with me that the shit that he was on wasn't the best shit that you've seen since like the late 90s, I call your bullshit, dude.
they would call us shills and actors just for going or whatever. So I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty like desensitized to people saying things that aren't true about me. So
Hey,
anyway,
that's deep, dude.
I'm just gonna ramble.
Witsit gets it is desensitized to the lies. Desensitized to the lies. You should probably fucking write a song about that, dude. Desensitized to the lies.
I'm kind of delirious.
So delirious.
I'll look through
Super
your chats
delirious.
a little bit.
So delirious.
And I'll try to go live at least 2-3 more times while I'm here. Thanks for accepting the 24-hour sun. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course,
For the
because
sun.
that's all the Globetrotters wanted was to get a couple of the most famous flat earthers, whatever the fuck that means, on the record to say that, wow, this debunks flat earth because you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on a flat earth. Everybody knows that. Flat Earth Dave said it, so it's got to be true, right? I might have crashed again. Fuck a doodle doo.
And by the way, that's why I made the joke when I jumped on the stream yesterday. And I was like, okay, they all got guns.
Oh, I know what that was. He did another rail, dude. Did he just go do a hot rail?
Insane people were
Okay,
acting.
wait a minute. Whoa.
You know, and then of course they ran with that. And it's just like, bro, come on, look, I'll walk you around again. How about be like, you know what? I'm thankful to Austin Jeranism knowing that he's going to get attacked by his own people, going with people that have slandered him for years, just in pursuit of truth, spending thousands of dollars that they don't have, and not sleeping.
Bro. Dude, look, man. Look. Dude, you should have cut this stream off a long time ago, bro. Honestly. I mean, it's one thing to do a fucking live stream high as fuck on that good shit, to just on some regular day of the week shit. But when you go to Antarctica, in air quotes, and you're supposed to be doing science, Bro, you should have known. You should have better done fucking known better, dude. Way too high to do this stream, dude. Way too high. Just saying.
Be thankful that in 2024 something that's never been done is being done. And you would have sat here for 20 more years. We would all sat for 20 more years thinking that
No, we would have all sat here for 20 more years, knowing that this is some bullshit.
there wasn't a 24-hour sun. That's what would have happened. That's why I came. And I will say, for many reasons, I'm so glad I did come, because
No, he came because that's that good shit. That's the only reason he came.
It's beautiful and like.
And I bet all that is true. I bet every bit of what dude just said is true, because that's how that good shit be, dude.
Like these mountains, bro. Do you see these mountains, dude? And like, those are pretty huge.
Pretty huge. No, that's almost a mile tall mountain. I'm sorry, dude. It looks like you could walk there in about a minute. I'm just saying. But what do I know?
They look like you could reach out and touch them, you know?
Yeah.
Like 2 miles away or something.
Did you hear? Did you like? He's like, dude, that is like the good shit. That's pure MDMA, bro. I'm telling you. And it's barely kicking in. It's been like 30 minutes. Like, this is just the brink of it. Within another 16 minutes and 28 seconds, he's not going to be able to function. Like, you're going to have to wrap this up, dude. But you should have already did that, honestly.
So very, very cool. That actually that's a different mountain, actually. The mountain that's over at the main campus 2 miles away looks a little bigger and looks really close as well. All right, let me read some more of your questions real fast. It's so bright.
I mean, and I can't get mad at people for being fucked up on that good shit, dude. Like, to each his own. But don't try to lie about it, dude. Right?
Why isn't your breath foggy?
See, this is where he fucked up. This is what I was talking about. I'm so glad this is on here. Because, see, my point earlier was that he could see his breath, right? And he didn't know it. He didn't know that it wasn't showing up on the camera. Now, he's just, he can't see his breath. I probably said it better in the beginning of the stream, but just hold on. Maybe my ass is up my fucking...
It's not as foggy as it was a second ago. It's kind of foggy right now.
Okay, so he's trying to say that it's kind of foggy right now. So he is seeing breath, but he also knows that it's not showing up on camera. Is that what he's saying right there? Or am I reading too much into this? Because again, so just to state my position here, you can be filming yourself in a cold environment and see your breath, but then it doesn't show up on camera, right? So like, if the camera's facing me like it is here, and I'm backlit, and I show you my breath, it'll show up on camera because there's a light behind me. But if there is no light behind me and the light is in front of me, and I see my breath, it may not show up on camera, right? But I wouldn't know that until post-production. Somehow or another, it seems to me that Witsit Getsit knows that even though he can see his breath, it is not showing up on the camera somehow. And like, maybe I'm wrong, but that is some bullshit if that's true, okay? And it seems like that's what it is. Like, somehow or another, even though he can see his breath, he also knows that it's not showing up on camera at the same time. So like, that can mean a lot of things, but one thing that it means for sure is that this motherfucker is full of shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways that it could go as to exactly how and why he's full of shit. But it definitely means that he's full of shit.
Before I started the stream, I tested it, so I knew you guys.
What I'm saying is true.
Say that. And my breath was like super foggy earlier, but it's not really foggy right
now. MDMA. MDMA, dude. I'm sorry. MDMA.
But I mean, it's super
fucking good shit too.
That's why my lips are super chapped. It's not even windy, and my lips are super chapped.
Dude, like, honestly, dude needs a back rub and a fucking Vicks. What do you got? The Vicks Dude needs a back rub and a Vicks is what I'm saying. It blow him up. Blow that motherfucker up, dude. You know what I mean? Fuck it.
Just pick up some snow. Okay. I'm not wearing gloves.
Yeah, because you can't just pick up snow. No. Fuck no, dude. You're in Antarctica. You've got to take a hike to find some snow. Obviously, right? Obviously. So like, okay, so what they're gonna say is, right, to that, they're gonna say, well, but dude, you don't understand. They rake the ground with these machines that makes it hard. So why were your footsteps crunching, dude? Because your footsteps crunch when it's impressioning in the snow, right? You know what I mean? So if it's hard ice, then why is it crunching in the snow every time you step?
I'm gonna play her song again while going here, so no one else maybe says something they don't want on stream on my headphones. I'm gonna go grab my gloves. This is a good idea anyway.
Wait a minute. Okay, so first he went to go grab his gloves, and then he came back to say that he was going to grab his gloves again and cut the camera off. What? Oh, and I gotta admit, like, I am not trying to get a copyright strike on some goddamn harp music or whatever. So, why would it... This is kind of weird. So you're live streaming from Antarctica, and you have to cut your camera to grab a handful of snow. One small step for man, one giant leap for Snowball's chances in hell, is what the fuck I'm saying. How long is it cut for? Dude, it's cut for a while, dude. Like, let me get to where... Keep going. Here we go. It's cut for minutes. What a shady-ass individual, dude. Oh, I have it muted. Hold on. Let me unmute this. Okay, so let me get this out there. Just because Witsit is a shady-ass individual and just because Witsit is totally full of shit doesn't necessarily mean that this is all is fake, right? So just keep that in the back of your head. So, like, to put this in an analogy, like, reckoning back to Jaren's video about Antarctica all those years ago, where he was showing the 24-hour footage of the sun going in a circle, but every time the shadow would get to a certain point, the footage would cut, and then it would pick back up on the other side of the rotation, right? Y'all remember that footage? But that lack of footage or the suspicion that some shit was edited doesn't prove anything, right? So just because Witsit's a fucking asshole doesn't prove anything. Just because his breath, like this whole thing with his breath, doesn't prove anything. But there's a lot of other shit that does. All right, y'all. Let me go walk McNoodle. Let me go walk my dog, and then I'll be back. We're gonna wrap this up after I walk McNoodle. So on this brief, what's the word I'm looking for? Like in between the scenes, in between the acts, intermission. On this brief intermission, I'm gonna go take a little boogaloo shrimp and business for a poop. If y'all would please sit and wait patiently, I'm going to roll on a loop some dog cam, if y'all don't mind. So we'll just leave red on the head like a dick on the dog be for just a moment. And this eye, my eye is still twitching. Like, I don't know if y'all can see it. Let me see if y'all can see it do it. Did you see that? Like, I hate that. It's so annoying. Fucking hate that, dude. Okay, let's watch this on a loop. I'm gonna go walk Boogaloo shrimp and business. I'll bring her in here and show her you guys too. And I'll be back. Although I gotta mute it though. beautiful guitar on there. I just don't want to get a copyright strike. So give me about 10 minutes. Depends on how long it takes for Little Boogaloo. But I'll bring her in here and show her to you. Screw it is what it says. I'm trying to show you all my new lighter I got, but whatever. Okay, give me a minute. I'll be back. I'm coming, Noodle. Hold on. Okay. Here's a little boogaloo. She don't show up good on camera, dude, because she's so black. You can see her tongue, though, can't you? You see her little tongue? I gotta go feed this pig, man. I love my baby. She had to poop, man. She did good. She did it all. Let me go feed her, and I'll be right back. We're going to wrap this thing up probably the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But there's Boogaloo, my little baby. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go feed this pig, and I'll be back. Come on, Ching Chong. Go, go. Hey, go, 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 go. Come on, come on. All right. Just please feed her. Can you feed the dog? Just give her a little snack. Thanks. Okay. We're going to wrap this thing up soon, you guys, but we still got a few more minutes to try to catch a contact buzz at least on some real MDMA. I don't know how long it's been for you guys, but for me, it's been a long time, for real. Did y'all get that? So what he just said was, in Antarctica, in order to see your breath, you've got to take deeper breaths, and it hurts your lungs, right? You can't just take any old normal little shallow breaths. And in Antarctica, you've got to take deeper breaths, because that's how that shit works. Don't y'all know anything? Okay, so again, pausing it here. People are going to say, well, why didn't you just like bend over? Full stop. And he's going to be like, well, I did all the time. No, I'm kidding. People are going to be like, why didn't you just bend over and get some snow? Why did you have to walk way the fuck over there to get the snow? And they're going to be like, well, don't you see that it was raked and it was like melted and it was hard, right? So it was like, you couldn't just bend over and get some snow. Like, you had to bend over and get some snow way the fuck over down there, right? But the thing is, if that's the case, right, why the fuck is his feet crunching? Like, that's some bad form sound effects, guys. Like, maybe that kind of shit will fly in movies. Even in big budget movies, I noticed that shit. Like, when their footstep sound effects don't match their actual footsteps, I recognize that, right? Because I'm a fucking retard. I'm a dork, right? Total dork. Okay? But the thing is, though, like, which one is it, dude? And I know he hasn't made his argument yet. I'm arguing with myself of shit that he might say. But either way, he's fucked, right? I really am interested to see how they're going to deal with this one. Like, why did you walk way over there to get the snow? Because you can't say, for one thing, right? Because your feet were crunching. So what, like, really, what is it, man? I don't know. Maybe it's that MDMA and you just don't even know why you do some shit. That would make some sense. I was high because I got high. Because I got high, because I got high. Da, 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 da. That's a good song. Antarctica. Yeah, that's the fucking mic drop, dude. The fucking mic drop, dude. I think he's having a little bit too much fun with that snow. I'm just saying. How many years? You say years as if it's in a plural thing, dude. When you add an S at the end of years, doesn't it mean plural? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a little bit butthurt because now I have no real valid reason to hate this motherfucker because it actually was Stone Cold Steve Austin, not him that said that shit. And I don't apologize. But, you know, it was much easier to hate him when I had a valid reason. Now, it's like he's just shitting over everything that myself and so many other people have worked so hard to get in the public consciousness. He's just shitting all over that. And now that's the only reason I have to hate this motherfucker. Silly me, right? No, it's because your motherfucking head is in the sky, dude. And you're faking it. The only thing that's in the sky, dude, is the prices that you should charge for that shit. Honestly, like, you done fucked up even taking it, man. You should have saved it for people that would have paid top dollar, honestly. You really fucked up. You could have been rich. That motherfucker can barely even finish a sentence without going, like, you know, it's like, and really, I know I've been stopping this a lot, but we're now 36 minutes in. So I remember one time when me and Mina first got together, I'll tell you all a story. Now roll me a cigarette. We had first got together and I was going to spin records at a college party at UCF. And we went and met up with Mikey Lyons. Fuck, I got to get some more tobacco. Hold on. Just remind me. Mikey Lyons, UCF party, spinning records. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hi. Fuck me, dude. Fucking Lily's in there crying her ass off. Let me go get Lily. Hold on. I gotta get Lily. She has separation anxiety issues. Hold on. Here you go, Bubbaloo. You sit right here by me, baby, okay? Right here with me, Bubbaloo. You sit right here with Donna, okay, Bubbaloo? You sit right here with me, baby, okay? All right. Anyway, okay. So we were doing telemarketing for Charmat, and we worked all week, finally got our paycheck. We had just got together, so we were in a hotel. This is before we ever got our first place. Believe it or not, we actually did very well for ourselves after this point. Anyway, we were in a hotel and worked all for 2 weeks, got paid, and fucking met up with Mikey Lyons, and we're gonna go spin records at a frat party, right? Well, we got a 10-pack of beans, ecstasy pills, and I'm not talking about Molly. Molly's some bullshit. And you know, this is the early 2000s, late 90s, something like that. Early 2000s. Dude, so like We got a 10-pack. Bro, I ate 2. Mikey said they were good, and I kind of didn't listen. Dude, 20 minutes into the drive to UCF from Altamont Springs, I was blowing doors, dude. I'm telling you, that's, in my personal opinion, this motherfucker's on that good shit, dude, for real. You know, like for someone to use that sacred drug for shilling is a fucking sin in and of itself, dude, honestly. What is that? What is that supposed to be? Like, honestly, I've never heard some shit like that. What the fuck is that, dude? What a strange sound to come from a plane. I don't know what that means, but what a weird thing that is. Is it just me, or has any of y'all out there ever heard a plane that sounds like that? I don't know. Whatever that fucking means, I don't know, dude. It's so very cool. It's almost as very cool as how much you were standing there. Like, you are standing there so much, it's not even funny. If you were standing there anymore, it's almost like you'd be standing somewhere else. That's how much you're fucking standing right there, dude. You know what I mean? Like, so standing there. So much. To the 10th power. Yeah, because his jaw is fixing to start chattering and he's fixing to like lose control of himself like within the next 20 minutes. I've been there, I know. It's been a long time, but yeah, that motherfucker is shooting solid geeking, dude. Straight geeking. Anybody that tries to tell me he's not high on MDMA right now, I don't care, dude. I'm like, you'll never convince me. It cost him thousands of dollars to do this. I thought Will Duffy paid for his trip. What is he talking about, dude? Like, honestly, man, these people are so full of shit, it's coming out their ears, honestly. Dude, there's a time and place for everything, bro. And what you're doing ain't it. Like, y'all don't even have any beats going. Y'all are some lamos, bro, for real. Why would you be asking people for money when you obviously got paid to do exactly what you're doing? In my personal opinion, a lot of money. They would have definitely had to pay Jaren a lot. And I have it on good authority that somehow or another, in my opinion, you got double. Who are you anyway, dude? Like, I know you've claimed that you've been doing this shit for years, but the S at the end of years would imply like plural, so I don't. You better give that motherfucker all your money too, because he needs it so bad. He's in Antarctica shilling. Yeah, because there's your proof right there. Fucking Airbnb blackballs Witsit Getsit. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Clearly, obviously, everybody knows that one. Why don't you tell us something we don't know? Shit is kicking in hard, is what he meant to say. He doesn't love you. He's saying that. He says that to all the white girls. Honestly, if I made it to Antarctica and I made it that far, I would probably have stole the skidoo and just kept going and said, fuck all these people, dude. But I would have had all their good shit with me too, and just take all that pure ass MDMA all the way south to where fucking Admiral Byrd did his shit, dude, right? And then, you know, then fine. After that, who cares? It's all downhill from there, right? Oh, he's safe, dude. He's safe. He's so safe, you can't even see his breath in Antarctica. The boy is blessed by the angels of the Most High. And I'm sorry, if I ever call y'all weirdos for watching me stream, I'm sorry. But that's dick, dude. Y'all are great. I really do love y'all. Y'all are the best. Even y'all that hate me, dude, I don't care. Y'all are cool, man. I love y'all. I really do. Not this motherfucker, though. In case I had trouble hiding that fact, I'm just coming out and telling you. I don't like him, even though he wasn't the one that pissed me off all those months ago. It's kind of cool that everyone came down here with this whole objective. And what was that objective, Witsit? That objective was to what? To prove how stupid flat earthers are to the mainstream? We know. I just can't believe, like, I can't believe you got Jaren to get on board with this for half of your fee. In my personal opinion, I'm making that up off the top of my head. But, ooh, that's crazy. Yeah, he kind of sort of totally sounds like a flat earther. Kind of totally sort of does. Because, you know, the earth is kind of totally sort of kind of flat, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. And, like, sometimes Antarctica is this, but maybe Antarctica is that. But it's like, I like, what? Okay, so let's get into the word salad. But what about all that shit you said before you went, huh? Okay, so now you're going to walk all that bullshit back that y'all was saying and ignoring people that were trying to help you to help prevent this exact bullshit from happening? Y'all are full of shit, dude. Y'all got no credibility, in my opinion. And y'all, you know, the people in the stream take my opinions with a grain of salt. But fuck this guy, dude. Share the wealth, bro. Honestly, I know y'all brought some of that shit back from Antarctica. And like, and if nobody brings any of that shit to me in South Carolina, I'm gonna be mad, honestly, because it's been a long time since I've had shit that good, dude. Honestly. He can right. Bye. You better wrap that motherfucker up, dude. You better wrap that motherfucker up fast, dude. I'm sorry. Let me make a bet here, you guys. A year from today, y'all are not gonna see much from these fuckers, dude. Honestly, I would be surprised if 3 months from now you see anything from any of them. They've done got their paycheck. They're done. And you know, more power to them. Honestly, like we are all in this rat race to get that bag in a lot of ways. I get it, but again, you know, I will reiterate. In my personal opinion, I would much rather store my treasures in heaven. Nobody gives a fuck, honestly. Wait a minute. Is this still the same sentence from before? I'm sorry, y'all. Like, what is he even talking about? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. He's shooting Sally because he's on that good shit, just like I said 41 minutes and 44 seconds ago. It's getting to the point where he's not going to be able to keep this up. Like this charade of pretending not to be hopped up on goofball pills. Up. Skit, scat, school, scat, scat, school. Yeah, goddamn. Sorry. Motherfucker is lit, dude. Lit. Oh, wow, dude. I am sitting here doing this. Okay, hold on. Wow, what a fool this guy is, right? How long have I been doing that by myself? Well, there's a clip for you, Shills.
I'm trying to persevere through it, and I fell asleep for like 20 minutes in between when I set it up and when I ran it. That's how tired I am.
Yeah,
so
it's time
I
to end
didn't
the
leave you
stream.
guys hanging.
Yeah, he's wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up. I love you guys. I don't know how long I've been sitting there streaming to responding to a video that was not playing, but I think it's been a while. So I apologize. I think it's time to wrap this up. I love you guys. I really do. And I'll see you in the morning. I got to go to Greenville early in the morning, and I'll be home probably by lunch tomorrow. And like when I try to look at the chat in Riverside Studio, it's from like 25 minutes ago. One love, you guys. Y'all are the best. And my heart's broke. Like that's really all I can say. As much fun as I poke at these people, it's from a position of my heart is broken. Like these people, even Witsit, Getsit, were my brothers, man. And yeah, it hurt my feelings when I thought that he was the one that told me to fuck off on Bob's memorial stream. So I did hold a lot of animosity towards Witsit, Getsit because of that. And you know, I'm sorry for that. I apologize for that. And you know, maybe things would have been way different if I wasn't pissed at that particular dude this whole time. But I don't think so. Like, you know, shilling for the globe and buddying up with globetards and anti-flat earthers and diving headfirst into false dichotomies designed to sacrifice an effigy of flat earth in the public spectacle for the media. Jaren's been doing that kind of thing way too long. I mean, I cannot even hypothesize a scenario where he's not a shill, I'm sorry to say. And you know, this last thing here is so blatant. I'm pretty much guaranteed that he was given an ultimatum. And I know Jaren's not an idiot. He probably tried to tell those stupid fuckers that it wasn't going to work. And we should probably just keep things going the way they are for now. But the devil knows his time is short. And psychopaths tend to overestimate their own smarts. Psychopaths tend to overestimate their own credibility. I don't think Jeranism is a psychopath. He's definitely a narcissist, but I don't think he's a psychopath. I cannot say the same thing about Shill Huffy. Okay. But whatever my personal opinions are worth, I do feel sorry for anybody that is manipulated by secret societies, anybody that is manipulated by money, anybody that is manipulated by any sort of blackmail or coercion. That's fucked up. But you're the one that swore the oath. And my best advice to anyone that swore an oath that they cannot get out of is don't fear men that can harm your physical body. Fear the Most High Creator of all things, who put your spirit in your flesh, the one who invented water. Fear that one. Don't fear men. So with that, I'm gonna wrap this one up, you guys. It's been a long stream. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the greatest. And I'll be on tomorrow morning. I'm gonna get on some Battlefield 2042, dude. It's just time. It's time to get all high and play some Battlefield, honestly. And when I say get all high, I mean smoke some pot. I'm gonna make some pot brownies for tomorrow. I'm gonna see y'all. It's so depressing. I love you guys. I do. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all be good. How do I stop this fucking thing? Oh, there it is. Okay.